Oh my lord, it's one of those days where like I'm trying to finish up a survey before going live. And people don't understand. It's like when you ask a survey, you don't want to ask like 1,000 questions. And even if you give an incentive, right? You don't want to, if you give a $5 incentive, then what you want to do is you don't want to ask more than 50 questions. If it's a $3 incentive, you don't want to ask more than 30. $5 incentive, 50 questions. $3 incentive, 30 questions. $1 incentive, 10 questions. You don't want to turn around and say, "Oh, here's a $5 gift card," and then proceed to ask like $5 incentive to fill out a survey. So, $5 incentive, 50 questions, no more than 50 questions, and 50 not fill in the blank, but 50 multiple choice questions. I think somewhere along the way, some of these people, they lost their damn mind. They quite literally lost their mind about what the fuck are you? Lost their mind about how they're gonna compensate people. Like, you guys are insane. Like, you're literally insane. Why are you being persnickety today? Yeah, it's a survey I've got to finish filling out real quick. I was like, oh, I'll be able to bang this out in the 9 minutes before the show starts. And the other problem with asking a really long survey is, well, it's just incentivizing people to fill in the bubbles as fast as possible and not read the survey questions. That right there is the problem. When you put too many questions into your survey module, then what you run into is, by the end, the back half of your survey has to be thrown out. It is better to solicit information in multiple surveys than it is to try to get all of your information from one survey. Because if you try to get all your information from one survey pool, then you're just gonna fail. I don't know why this one didn't update. The other one's updated. Oh, it's because that's something I gotta send over to Restream. If a survey is too long, I kind of doing 1-sentence answers at the end because I cannot be bothered. Yeah, if it's a fill in the blank, I will spend more time at the end of the survey talking about the survey than I will about what they were asking for. Like, do that test thing that you were on about, I think ADHD test, where some questions rely on others, and if it's not aligned, you probably lied, so no gift card. No, I don't think you want to do that. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do. Because if you do that, then you're never going to get feedback. And remember, you can't not give the gift card. If you said fill out the survey and we'll give you a gift card, you have to give them the gift card. You can't not. The threshold for giving them the threshold was, did you complete the survey? Not were your answers viable to us? Like right now, because they've pissed me off at this point, because they're asking me they're asking me like multiple questions. Like, they're asking me 20 or 30 questions per page. And I've been answering questions now for 9 minutes. Now everything is becoming whatever the top option is. I'm not even reading the questions because you've pissed me off. Like, they just asked me a question, and I've now said, this survey has gone completely off the rails. I have completely lost the narrative. I think you need to go back and try to understand what you wanted from this survey, because this is a throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks kind of survey. Please feel free to reach out to me and I will help your company construct better survey questions and models. Like, I said this to Steven. This survey was terrible. It was all over the place. I had said to Steven Sharif once, you guys are sending out an email every month to your community. Why are you not asking one question? Well, now we find out that it didn't matter shit what Steven Sharif was doing with his company. He didn't give a shit about making the game better. He gave a shit about those actions that would allow him to get more money from his investors. A survey should not be longer than an SAT test section. Yes, I agree with you. 100%. If you're asking, I think that survey was no shit. I would put that survey at over 100 questions. Over 100 questions for a $5 gift card doesn't line up. And now what's happened is I've answered the last 4 or 5 sets of 30 questions. No, that survey was probably closer to 200 questions, now that I think about it. How many they asked on each page? The back probably 100 questions was all. I don't give a shit. I just want to get finished. I just want to be completed. But that's also why we can't get you need to get a good vector check. A good survey, a good starting survey is 3 questions. Just 3 questions. Let's get a big general vector check. Let's ask questions about asking questions. And then once we have some questions, once we know what direction we want to go, then we can build on that. But Americans are dumb. Westerners are dumb. We are losing the narrative. We are losing the war of improving society, because you can't improve a society if this society is dumb. I get in trouble because people want to talk about fixing America, and I say trying to fix America is pointless until you want to fix education, because we have to let all the stupid people into the conversation. I'm gonna show you a couple right off the bat here. Let's start with this. You guys always hear me say we're living in a social media dystopian hell, right? And we have to deal with everybody and their brother can have a social media account. Everybody and their brother can have a digital soapbox now.
It amazes me to no end that there are people who think that 1 is a greater number than 10. If you pay 10% income tax, you're paying 10 times the percentage of a billionaire paying 1% income tax.
Well, first of all, the way our fucking income tax system works in America is it's a graduated income tax system. So everybody pays the same amount of income tax on every bracket of money. But let's just pretend that you're right. Let's pretend this woman is correct. So we're going to compare 2 people. You make you make $32,000 a year and you're paying 10% income tax, which you're not because you're paying 10 and then 12, but you're paying a total of $3,200 in income tax. And a billionaire who has $1 billion in income is paying 1% income tax, and they're paying $10 million in tax. This is what's wrong with giving every fucking Muppet a social media account. 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. 20% of Americans have functional literacy, which is level 1 literacy. They know words by sight that they've been told. They know cheeseburger. They know DMV. They know DMV is where they go to get their driver's license. They very well may not know that DMV stands for Department of Motor Vehicles. They may not know that. We talked about this on Wednesday. Taxes Explained with Beer is very good at explaining this thing. The billionaire pays 40% of the bill. Right. How do you get a driver's license without being able to read? Salty bread. Let me see it. That's a great question. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up a practice test. So this is a example of a person with only functional literacy. Okay. Which of the following signs represents two-way traffic? This is how basic the test is now. Yeah. You don't need to have functional literacy. Dude, hold on. Let me say this to you, because I know the European road test. For the Americans in the audience, what Salty Bread just said is absolutely correct. Europeans have to do math on their road tests or on their practice tests so that they can write down a reasonable number for braking distance in dry and wet weather. We don't have to do that at all. That's why we have so many fucking car accidents. We have CDL drivers who can't read English. That's why our fast food places use pictures and not words on the menu. When I taught my daughter to drive, I taught her the simple method of driving, that when you're driving down the road. I'm not a great driver. I'm not a great artist. So please forgive the heads up display. So you're driving. Here's the back of the car in front of you. Here's a tree, right? So you're looking out the window. That tree, if you're doing 70 miles an hour, right? You're doing 70. That tree, it should take you 7 seconds to get to that tree. The moment their back bumper goes past the tree, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, you're passing the tree, you're too fucking close. Because it's 1 second per 10 miles of travel in dry conditions. If you get to the tree in 5 seconds, you will not be able to react and stop if they suddenly slam on their brakes. My daughter used to think it was corny, and my daughter used to think it was silly, and my daughter used to think it was stupid, and all this shit. What'd my daughter do? Rear-ended somebody. Yeah, you do those checks instinctively when you drive. I've been driving for so long, I no longer have to do the counting. I can eyeball braking distance. But I'm also been driving for 34 years. How many correctly answered questions do you need in the US on your test? Salty bread. The DMV does not want to see your ugly ass. You can, I think the last time I checked, you can take the written test a bunch of times in a row on test day. In Illinois, you need 28 out of 35. You need an 80. Oh, they have finally changed it. They have finally changed it. You need 28 out of 35 for us to, yeah, it varies state to state for us. In my state, you need 28 out of 35 for 80%. But out of this 35, 20 are road signs, and you need 15 out of 25 on the road signs. They now have finally made it that you have to take the test the next day. You used to be able to take the test multiple times in one day. This is the problem. This is ultimately the failure in America. The reason why most people can pass their driver's test is because in most high schools, you take driver's ed. Driver's ed is a requirement in public schools. Now, the parents can opt you out of driver's ed. Because remember, we have 50 states, we have 50 rules. The parents can opt you out of driver's ed, but you have to take another semester or quarter-length class if you don't take driver's ed. And then if you don't take driver's ed through the school, in my state, we have to, then you have to go through a whole big rigmarole in order to get your license as a young adult. But once you turn 18, you can literally go and get your permit and then take your driver's test. What is common in our tests is that they show a video of a real life traffic situation and we have to write down how to correctly approach it. Nope, ours is multiple choice and true false. We have multiple choice and true false, that's it. And like I said, 15 out of 20 is the road signs. So if you study the road signs and you get 20 out of 20 on the road signs, right? Then you only need to get 8 more right out of 15. Because the road signs are easy. Honestly, driver's ed makes sense over there. You have a lot of required driving just to get around. Yeah, and so like my town is stupid. I wanna see if I can pull this up. I'm gonna show you guys. My town is about to make this ridiculously stupid decision. Okay, so get all this other shit off the street. This is a part of my town. Oh, we'll come over.
It amazes me.
We'll come over here. So this is a part of my town, and we have a really big problem because what they built was they built a coffee shop right here, and as you can see, this road right here doesn't line up very straight. It's because this was a German farming town and all these corners are all cattywampus. So what my town wants to do, because we have an awful lot of accidents right here at this intersection, this is a stop sign, this is a stop sign, traffic does not stop here, and then this is the entranceway into the coffee shop, which means people are trying to leave the coffee shop and go this way and this way. Now, what I brought up to them at a town meeting before they built the coffee shop is, I said, when I saw the way they had the coffee shop designed, I said, do not allow the coffee shop to turn left coming out of the coffee shop. What I said was, if people want to turn left, they come around the coffee shop, right? They get their coffee. They have to go around the building. They have to come to the street. They come to the stop sign to go left. That was my suggestion. They didn't heed my suggestion. Then, about a year later, there was a house here. They knocked it down. They put in a Dollar General. Now, I don't know why a town of 8,000 people needs 2 fucking Dollar Generals. Whatever. So now you got the Dollar General with traffic coming this way and traffic going this way. Hold on. Roundabout. Yeah, it's a great place for a roundabout, except they want to put a roundabout right here. And the very first thing I've said is, then you can't let the traffic go left out of the coffee shop. And you can't let the traffic go left out of the market. What you have to do is, this has to be a no left turn. This has to be a no left turn. So all traffic from these 2 establishments has to come down to the roundabout. So they'll have to come through the roundabout to go back out that way. There are people that are mad and are saying, I don't want to have to go 50 feet that way to go through the roundabout. The number of fucking accidents we are about to fucking have. We have a roundabout coming into my subdivision. I'm not joking when I say every week there's an accident. I've lived here 9 years. We have an accident every week. Now, it doesn't always result in a collision. People don't know when they can go into the roundabout, when they can go out of the roundabout. Right here, which I haven't shown, that's the high school. Roundabouts are not designed, right? Roundabouts are not designed for young drivers to use. These kids trying to be helpful, right? These kids are so wonderfully helpful. Let me show you what these kids love to do. These kids are amazingly helpful little fucking ferrets. So as you can see, this is a parking lot. Flow of traffic is this way. If you're coming north, you can make the turn into the parking lot without stopping. I'm sorry, if you're going south, this is actually south. If you're going south, you can turn into the parking lot. If you're going north and you have to wait until traffic is clear. These kids trying to be helpful. What they will do right here at this entrance, there will be a kid coming down. The kid will stop so that several cars making a left can go. I went to the school and I said, you need to tell the fucking kids to stop stopping traffic right here because you've got cars that are flying down the road. The school said we tell them to stop and let other people go because traffic backs up. Traffic backs up all the length of the school. They say we tell the kids that are right here to stop and be good citizens and let a couple of cars go. And I looked at them, I was like, what the fuck are you teaching? They're like, well, if we don't do that, then the line of traffic gets all the way backed up to here and it starts. I said, then pay a fucking traffic marshal. Then pay the fucking police department to be out there for an hour and marshal traffic. I'm like, but you are the reason why several kids have gotten rear-ended at 30 miles an hour. because the school speed limit zone starts right there, because that is the edge of the school zone. Now, granted, you should be able to stop between there and there, but people are distracted, right? We've got people telling their kids teaching their students to break the law. You don't stop in the middle of fucking traffic. And this is the school doing it. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I see Next said, UPS reduced both their fuel delivery times and accident rates by eliminating as many left turns as they could in a delivery route. Yeah, getting rid of left turns, saves UPS a ton. How many cars are going in and out of there from the school? Well, as you can see, this is just a portion. This whole thing will be full. In fact, just this year, they've added another row of, this whole thing is full. At the start of the school day, I don't know what time this overhead picture was taken, but the start of the school day, this whole thing is filled. Because we have kids that, my town is kind of like a European town, because we're an old German town. Let me see if I can, let's see if I can bring this up real quick. So like, this is my town. As you can see, like the civilized part of my town where all the lawns are, right? So you see that, but my town is actually all of this. The kids come from all, like, it's somewhere, it's like all of that. So the kids, a lot of the kids have to drive. A lot of the kids drive back and forth because they have 0 hour or they have sports after school. Also, any of the high school kids that live up here on the base, they come down to us. So we have a very large geographical area, even though it looks like my town is really kind of small. All these speckled pieces of housing, that all belongs to that school district as well. 5 kilometers away, you think our kids walk? Shit. 6 foot from my door. Oh my god, the black stuff that makes the stupid go faster. My neighborhood is 1 mile to the back door of the school. My daughter asked me when she was going to be turning 16, am I going to be allowed to drive to school? No. It's a mile walk. It's good for your legs. It's good exercise. It's a mile door to door. Said if it's raining, I'll drive you. If it's snowing, I'll drive you. So these are the problems. We've got people that are saying shit like billionaires because they're not being taught in the schools. Well, why are the schools failing their constituents? Why are the schools failing their clients? Because the schools are full of a bunch of people that are fucking dumb. Why do we have dumb people teaching? Because really, it's a thankless profession that doesn't pay enough, and we don't have any sort of metric to decide if a person should be there. Somebody messaged me after one of my shows and they said, you don't need a basic skills test to make sure the teachers can teach. They already have to take their teaching certificate tests. To which I said, you are in fact correct. You do have to take your teaching certificate test. So, when you want to be a teacher, you have to pass, right? I took my history exam. I got a 79 on one section. What I would like to say is, why the fuck is a test administered to teachers not on a 100-point scale. 79 out of 80. 72 out of 75. 58 out of 60. 81 out of 82. Why the fuck is the scoring this way? Why is the scoring this way? I took my endorsement tests in, and then, so that we're familiar, we administered the tests one way, and then a couple of years later, we administered the tests a different way. My other test was out of 253. So we went from an 80-point scale to then a 300-point scale. I know a person, and this is honest to God facts. My very good friend, Chris, she fucked up when she signed up for her tests. When she signed up for her tests, she put in the wrong code for her second test of the day. She got there and she was kind of freaking out. I said, "What's the problem?" She said, I sent the wrong tests. Hold on one second. I said, well, take your morning test, and then during the break between the two tests, talk to them and see if they can give you the other test. So she went up. I was just bumming around waiting for her. They said, there's nothing we can do. We can't give you the other test because we get the exact number of, we don't have the tests, like, right? We don't have like a big pile of them. We can't even crack open the tests until 30 minutes before the testing window. Then we send this packet down to the room, and then it gets opened by that person who has to, so it's a big complicated test control thing. So she's like kind of crying. I was a ride. She's kind of crying and she's like, well, I fucked up. I wasted the money. I said, Chris, just take the test. She's like, I don't know anything about the subject. I said, Chris, you've already paid for it. There's no penalty for failing it. You've already paid for it. You're already here. You have to wait for me anyway. She blind took an endorsement exam. I want to say she blind took the sociology exam. She was trying to take the psychology exam and she bubbled in for sociology. She blind took it. She passed. How the fuck do you... the only sociology she had ever taken was Sociology 101. You're supposed to take 5 classes to be a master teacher in sociology. She took Sociology 101 because she and I both worked on the premise of teaching that you don't have to know. No, it's not common sense questions. You can break a test if you know how tests are written. Her and I, she was my curriculum focus group partner. We worked on testing, the principles and methodology of test writing. She blind took the test as an experiment. She just centered her brain into the, okay, I know a little bit about sociology. The questions I don't know, I'm just going to use this technique Jay and I have been developing, and I'm going to try to beat the test. She beat the test. If it's a true or false question, what do you pick? You pick false. because it's easier to make a question false than it is to make it true. If it has any absolute in it, all, none, I'm going to say false. Because generally speaking, absolutes make it false. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to see my way through it. A, B, C, D, I'm going to pick the same letter on every question if I don't know. Because statistically speaking, if I pick the same letter, I give myself an advantage through random assignment. If one answer is significantly longer than the other answers, I'm going to pick that one. Yeah, half the time you can find the answer to one question further in the test. So all she did was, she sat, she read the whole test, right? She read the whole test. She answered the one she knew. So she read it cover to cover, went back, answered all the ones she knew. Then she just went through and broke the test, and she passed. And she didn't pass by like a ton, but she also didn't pass by an inch. She passed. It was pretty embarrassing. Let's see. Let's talk about Sheeple for a second. This is my other problem with... So, I'm gonna play this one again, because this is why I think we're living in a dystopian hell of TikTok creators.
It amazes me to no end that there are people who think that 1 is a greater number than 10. If you pay 10% income tax, you're paying 10 times the percentage of a billionaire paying 1% income tax. It amazes.
So, all these people are celebrating Memdani, right? The reason for it is that you don't actually fuck around with stupid people who can't think critically. That's true. One could argue that tests are designed to test your ability to find the answer rather than memorizing the answer. You could make that argument, but you could absolutely make that. You could absolutely make that argument. Next, absolutely. Which is why I've always said, let me see if I can find the clip. Okay, so to give you some context here, this is a movie called Renaissance Man. Nope, can't do it that way. This is a movie called Renaissance Man. It's with Danny DeVito. What it is, it's Danny DeVito is unemployed. He goes to the unemployment office. He's got a teaching degree or a college degree, I think. He ends up at an army base teaching their remedial soldiers. And what he has done is he wants to give them a final exam. The problem is, if you know the military, anything that has the word exam on it is a make or break. So Danny DeVito's character's work with the soldiers has gotten them eligible to pass all of the Army's requirements. But now he's saying, I want to give them a final exam. And the people at the Army is like, you can't give them a final exam because if they fail your exam, we have to kick them out of the Army. The Army has now told the soldiers they don't have to take the final exam. So he assumes they're not going to show up. It's a comedy, kind of. As you can see, he's kind of heartbroken. His students don't show up.
Count left, walk. Left, Left, right, one. Left, left, right, left. Squad, hope. Right, base. Fall out to instructional positions. Hook. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Freeze! I said freeze! Squad, assume test positions. Hook. Sir, Double D squad reporting for final exam. Sir.
By the way, Double D in the movie is, these are all the privates that are dumb as dog shit. Double D is a common military phrase.
What?
I feel sorry for Ophelia because she kills herself. Because first Hamlet dumps her and then he kills her father. It was an accident, but he did it. So she dies without ever knowing the truth, that he really did love her. Suicide ain't the way out. A lot of people are on their own, and they make it.
The ghost.
Excellent. Benitez.
Yorick.
Yorick. Haywood. Laertes.
Give me somebody else.
Laertes, Haywood.
Laertes is a fool. He ain't never stopped to think about what type of person Hamlet was. All he does is do what the king tells him to do. When he fights Hamlet, all they do is end up killing each other. That's his problem. He don't stop and think before he acts. I want somebody else, Bill.
So, you got a guy. The premise of the movie is, you got a guy. Yeah. You've got a guy who, yeah, no, I think that's Mark Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg is Tommy Lee Haywood. Yep. What we have is a really good example of what a really good teacher can do. A really good teacher can take people who are dumb as dog shit and mold them. But the problem is, it is easy to give up on, it is easy to give up on the people that need help the most. My wife, and I'm not going to tell you my wife's history because it's none of your fucking business. That's her story to tell. But my wife and I have this thing hung in our house. One of the few things my wife has from her early life is we've got this ratty fucking kind of like hung thing, and it says, love me most when I least deserve it, because that's the time I most need it. And we keep that. That's the first fucking thing that goes up in every house we move in. Like that doesn't even get shipped with our household goods. There's 3 things that come with me to the new house. There's a picture of me and my wife when we were dating in tech school. There's a picture of 2 mated penguins with a motivational quote, and then this love me when I least deserve it thing. Those 3 things travel with me when we go to the new houses because I hang those up first. In fact, I usually get to the houses before my wife does, and they're hung when she gets there. Now, sometimes I get told I've hung them in the wrong spot. That's okay. We tend to give up on the people that need the most help. I laugh with Gizmo. Gizmo's almost done with 7th grade. She's got 4 more wake-ups. Military people, some of you just got a cold shudder. In the military, we gauge a lot of things by wake-ups. This shit will end in 4 more wake-ups. When are we getting on the plane to go home? 4 more wake-ups. You can tolerate anything for 4 more wake-ups. My daughter hasn't done, but maybe 181 days of school. My daughter has maybe done homework 20 times. Maybe. My daughter has straight A's. My daughter has over 100% in many of her classes. My daughter gets mad because she gets told, go read. I don't even tell my daughter to go read anymore. I get this reading test result back. My daughter reads at the college level. What the fuck am I supposed to do with a 13-year-old that's reading at the college level? Do whatever the fuck you want, right? Do whatever you want. All the other kids are doing like basic math shit. My daughter is doing like, she's on the far right span of the 8th grade math curriculum already. We've got to get kids out of these traditional schools. We've got to get kids into Montessori schools. If we want people to be better, we've got to be better for the people. Like I said, we've got Sheeple up in New York celebrating. Now, remember, I'm going to preface this before I play this video. I am not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I shit on them both equally. I praise them both equally. When they do good shit, I celebrate both. I am not a socialist. I don't believe in socialism. I don't believe in communism. I believe in taking care of the people. I am a big, it takes a village to raise a child. I believe in social safety nets. I don't believe in handouts. I believe in hand-ups. I believe in helping hands. I believe in setting up a situation where people can pick themselves up by their bootstraps. And if the person says, I can't pick myself up by my bootstraps, and you say to them, well, why not? And they say, because I don't have boots, then let's get them a pair of boots so they have some bootstraps to pick themselves up by. If a person says, I can't pick myself up by my bootstraps, you say, why? I only have one hand. Then let's give them a helping hand up and get them back on their feet. But I don't believe in this idea that we have working age men sitting at home eating Cheetos, jerking off, right? Fuck you. You don't get benefits. If you're of the age of healthy, work capable, then we need to have a way to get you a job. And if you don't want a job, you get no money from the state.
A $12 billion deficit zeroed out in less than 6 months.
This woman actually makes a fucking video that says a $12 million budget deficit zeroed out in 6 months. Please engage your fucking brain. You cannot zero out a $12 billion deficit in one fiscal year. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jill fucking Valentine from Resident Evil. I'm good. I'm not that good. I can help you balance a lot of fucking budgets. I can help you find a lot of places to pull from. Mamdani didn't solve the budget crisis. The state did. The governor of New York is up for re-election. New York is a big fucking voting pool. New York City. Of course, the governor of New York State is going to work really hard to make the people of New York City really fucking happy because she wants the vote. When you have a $12 billion deficit and the state comes in to pay $8 billion of that over 2 years, and then they come up with another 4 to give you, and you came up with 1.77, I'll give you the credit for the 1.77. Good job. But when you start talking about deferring pension payments, the city of Chicago did that, and look at where the city of Chicago is now. So then you get this video, and people are going to be upset about
Socialism
this video.
works.
People are going to be upset about this video because it's making fun of Mamdani.
Socialism works! We managed to eliminate the budget deficit in just 6 months!
Wow, what have the other mayors been doing all this time?
Are you serious? Hasn't anyone Googled the details of this news story?
What details? Mamdani succeeded without cutting social services. He's the best mayor.
I'll just list 3 important things, saving the most important one for last. First, why is everyone praising Mamdani when it's just a budget proposal and nothing more?
Actually, yes. My budget proposal still needs to be approved by the city council.
But everyone's shouting about it as if it's already a done deal. Second point, are you really sure that no social services have been cut?
Of course, the mayor, recording a TikTok video with a smile, simply can't lie.
Mamdani literally took money out of the pension fund, which means people will face difficulties in a couple of months. Right now, Chicago is facing the exact same problem.
I don't want to hear that. It's just typical Republican propaganda.
Sure, the same kind of propaganda as cutting spending on education and housing for the homeless, isn't it?
You haven't convinced me. What's the big argument you've saved for the end?
They managed to cover the deficit because Mamdani got money from the state. Don't you realize this is just an attempt to paint a picture of success before the election?
If worst comes to worst, I'll just raise taxes on the rich.
Well, the election will happen, and then we'll see how many rich people are left in New York and what the deficit will be in the next year.
Comrade Mamdani, don't listen to these fools. Keep building socialism.
The problem with socialism is a great idea on paper. It's a great idea on paper. But you run out of other people's money very quickly. I mean, you could, but that would be an intro that would start with, my name is X and I'm going to zero out a $12 billion in 6 months. Welcome to Jackass. Right. Now I hear the argument that because New York contributes 54% of the state revenue, they deserve the $8.5 billion bailout. Okay, so let's talk about that one. There is a significant piece of logical argument that says if you're I gotta draw this. If you have a state, right? So you have a state and you have 2 major cities in that state, right? This city has 30% of the population. This city has 20% of the population. So what should happen is 20% of the state revenue should be spent on this city. 30% of the state revenue should be spent on this city, and 50% should be spent on the rest. And people will nod their heads and they'll say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Except it's really expensive to connect these 2 cities. Because these 2 cities need to be connected by like crazy shit like a highway. Well, the people in the city say, well, that's what should be paid for with the other 50%. Right. But who's in that 50%? Your farmers. Right? Generally, your meat, your slaughterhouses, your forges, your steel manufacturing plants, your industrial sector. Sometimes the industrial sector is on the fringe of the city. Sometimes it's not in the city at all. If you're not putting money into that, people don't have jobs. You don't have food. You don't have opportunities. Yeah, rural areas require a disproportionate amount of budget due to the amount of infrastructure we build now. What we have is, there is a individual, his name is Dennis Judd. He is an urban politics professor. So he is basically he's my grand mentor, if you will. He mentored my mentor. This man understands urban politics. And what he says is, urban political leadership thinks they're the most important thing in the state because they generally have the largest portion of the population. But what they failed to realize is we didn't learn something from the Romans. We failed to learn something very, very important from the Romans, and that was each province had commitments to the capital. And this is the Hunger Games theory as well. Your province didn't just pay taxes to the capital. Your province paid in lumber, in stone, in food, in animals. So you had to have a governor who understood how much grain do we need to get through the winter? And how much grain do we need in case we have a bad year? And how much grain do we need to give to the capital? And the good governors figured out a way to make their province self-sufficient, and they gave what was expected, and then they kept a little extra for the bribe so that their people could prosper. But we failed to remember, like, first of all, Rome as an infrastructure is a really great idea. Roman execution, when you get like Nero, really bad fucking execution. Double pun. The city of Chicago could not feed the people in the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago has the Ag School of Chicago, and I don't think in Cook County there's very much agriculture land left. So if Cook County became a province, it'd fucking starve to death. The middle of the state would be fine. It could feed itself. And that's what people are missing. People are missing the point that the middle of the state doesn't make the money because it has to dedicate thousands of acres to cropland, thousands of acres to cattle. You like a cheeseburger? You need thousands of cows. It's kind of like somebody posted this in my Discord, which made me think that somebody doesn't understand urban politics. What somebody posted was, if we raised the property tax bill on the blue lot to match the others on a square foot basis, the overall tax bill for the houses, businesses would go down. People who want lower property taxes should be all over this. Well, first of all, you're fucking stupid. I'm not even gonna be nice to you. You're fucking stupid. First of all, you've got a mixed use property that's paying $1.62 square foot. But you haven't told me the applicable square foot for the business on the first floor and the residential units on the second floor. Second of all, there's a flaw here, and I don't believe this image. Because there is no reason that I can think of that the one single family home and the second family single home would be over 52 cents difference in square footage in property taxes. But then also, why is there a 50% difference? Okay, that's a great question. So in America, we have zoning codes. So we have R for residential, C for commercial, I for industrial, A for agriculture, and then there's some other ones that I'm not familiar with. So for example, if you're R1, you can only have one residential building on the property. Now, if your primary coding is an A for agriculture, you can generally build multiple residential buildings, but there'll be a accompanying footnote on the zoning that says all of the people living there have to either be employees of the R1, one residential building, single family, one residential unit. But if like my dad's property is still coded A/R, so my dad's property is technically classified as an orchard. So my dad cleared 3 plots on his property for 3 additional houses for me, my brother, and my sister, if we wanted to move up there. Well, my dad could do that because in the footnoting of the orchard, we're all of the same family. So we could all live there. If he wants to divvy that up and sell it, he's got to get the zoning variance to have 3 separate residential plots now. You have multi-use what's the Illinois code? I can't think of it. The Illinois zoning code for apartment buildings is R3, R4. But what you have here is somebody saying, well, that vacant lot should be paying more in property taxes. Okay, but we don't know the whole situation here. How do we know that that lot at night isn't 70% filled with all the people's cars? How do we know there's street parking allowed? How do we know, right, that they don't need, that lot hasn't been deliberately left vacant because there used to be a gas station there and it's contaminated and we can't dig it up, or it's not cost effective to dig it up? See, the problem with what Trevor Acorn says here is that, once again, we're living in a social media dystopian hell. People are putting out things, and then the Center for Land, what is this place? The Center for Land Economics is putting out things, but they're not putting the rest of the context with it. You want to charge on a vacant lot the same property tax on a mixed-use building. And you're also assuming that if you raise the property tax on the vacant lot, that the other property taxes are going to go down. When was the last time the government ever raised somebody's property taxes to make your property taxes go down? I don't think that happens. I don't think we're there. I don't think that ever happens. Now, I'm a big fan of, right? I'm not a big fan of when a Walmart closes or a Target closes. From a square footage perspective, those buildings are 2-story, doubling the square footage and the footprint. Right. Exactly. What I'm not a big fan of is Walmart closes and they leave a big box store. And then, it stays vacant for years. Well, I think, personally, Walmart should have 2 years to try to sell the building. And if Walmart can't sell the building within 2 years, then Walmart should have an obligation to demo the building or put it back into being a Walmart. Populate it with something. Turn it into something. Because generally, you're not an active commercial use building, so your property tax is lower. But nobody is going to want to buy the building if they have to demo it, because there's a cost associated with demoing out the building. So demo the building. Make the land more easily developable, more easily able to be developed, so that you're not hurting the community. We had a car dealership. Guy has like every car brand of dealerships, and he got a better offer on a strip of land, so he left. Well, the town told him, if you leave, we're not reducing your rate because you moved 2 miles away. And he was like, but there'll be vacant buildings, I won't be doing business out of there. And they said, we don't care. If you're going to leave all these vacant car dealerships here, you're going to still be paying us property taxes based on the developed value of the land. So he went and he demoed out his buildings because he doesn't want to be paying for two car dealerships for every brand he has. If you know anything about car dealerships, like Kia isn't going to give somebody else permission to have a Kia dealership inside of his sales radius. So it's not, he has almost every car dealership licensing agreement. So nobody else is going to be able to go in there for those to be car dealerships. You might get like one boat dealership in there or something, like a Yamaha maybe. But the town told him, nope, you're going to be paying full market value. So he knocked at least one of them down. The problem is, you can't really. We've created our problem by saying, oh well, that's commercial zone land. We can't put residential there. Yeah, the fuck you can. I know a lot of people don't like the Hunger Games. I like movie quotes. In the Hunger Games, Beatty, he says, if the laws were written by men, certainly they can be unwritten. If you say you can't put residential there, why? Because of this rule. We'll change the fucking rule. Let's see. I've heard about your zoning laws. They seem a bit absurd at times. Absurd at times. Our zoning laws are ridiculously absurd because people are afraid of shit that they don't understand. I don't want duplexes here because duplexes bring bad people. What? Let's see, what else?
Socialism works!
Socialism doesn't work. Social programs work. Let's see. The next couple that I'm gonna show might be hard for some people to handle. I'm just giving you the fair warning. I like this creator. I don't know if all these phone calls are real or if he recreates phone calls that he had. But this is my... Everybody keeps talking about having... everybody keeps talking about let's have universal health care. Everybody talks about how great Obamacare was. Let's just listen to a couple of stories about how fucking terrible Obamacare can be, and we never really fixed the big problem. I'm actually going to cut the music for these.
I'm not calling to appeal anything today. The patient passed away on Thursday. He was 54 years old. He was a father, coached his daughter's soccer team for 11 years. He was a kind man who showed up for people. I'm saying this because I know this is a recorded line. He was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer 14 months ago. His oncologist recommended a targeted immunotherapy protocol, submitted the prior authorization in month 1. You denied it. We appealed. You denied it again. We requested peer-to-peer. Your medical director and his oncologist spoke. You denied it a third time. We went to external independent review. That process took 47 days. The external reviewer overturned your denial, and they said that treatment was medically necessary. They said it met criteria, and they said it should have been approved the first time. The approval came through on Tuesday. He was admitted to the hospital on Wednesday, and he died on Thursday. He never received the treatment. I'm not calling to ask for an appeal or to reverse anything. I don't know why I'm calling. I'm asking you to remember his name because I think someone in your building should have to hear it. 54 years old, stage 4 colon cancer. Treatment recommended in month 1. Denied, denied, denied. External review overturned the denials. Should have been approved the first time. Approval came through on Tuesday. hospitalized on Wednesday. Thought you should know.
That should be $150 million. Fuck that company. Fuck that company. And I'm sorry, that particular one, my mom died of cancer. And I think that because some people have accused me of being of being fake as fuck. I am what you get. What you get on the stream is what you'll get in real life. If you're pleasant to me, I'll be pleasant to you. If you're a shithead to me, I'll be a shithead to you. But before the military took the edge off, I was way fucking worse. I think that if I hadn't been who I was, so my father could be who he was, I think my mom would have been one of those people that got shuffled along with the denial. Because I used to have to make angry phone calls and angry visits to places. Now, I'm not a big dude. I'm not a swole turkey. I'm one of those 5'11" guys that says I'm 5'11". If you didn't know, earlier this week it was May 11th, which 5'11" is 6'2" day. Because for some odd reason, guys that are 5'11" like to say they're 6 foot to 6'2". I'm 5'11". My father is a swell fucking turkey. You know, I would go to places, be irate. Then my father would come in, and when he was at his full height, he's 5'6" inches taller than me. Like, before my dad shrank due to old age, I'm 5'11". When I was 5'11", 170, I could still stand directly behind my father and disappear completely. Like, all joking aside, I could play hide and seek behind my dad. So I'd be irate, and then I'd say, well, fuck it, her spouse is gonna come up here and have a conversation with you. And then he would go in and he would just start off real quiet. My dad got shit approved I never thought he would get approved. So that's what chokes me up about this 14 fucking months to get something approved. But people want to celebrate Obamacare as being this great victory. If that answer came back that the peer-to-peer said, it should have been approved in month 1, that should be $140 million. That should be $10 million. That should be $10 million a month. Every month that you jerk them around. We always talk about the woman dying in the emergency room in Canada. Is it any better that you can just be denied care as described in the video? No. And that's the problem. The problem is, hold on, let me play the other video.
I pulled
two videos from that same creator because he makes a lot of these. This is the other one, and this one's bullshit too.
So you're saying the policy is being terminated at the end of next month. I'm just trying to understand so that I can explain it back to the patient. He's never missed a payment, didn't change employers, didn't switch plans. 2 weeks ago, he was diagnosed with cancer. So I'm just trying to understand the timing here because the letter says that the policy is being terminated following an eligibility review. Help me understand what eligibility suddenly changed. Well, from what I'm seeing, the only thing that changed in this patient's life is that he was diagnosed with cancer. So now you're saying that the policy is under review. But what I'm asking is a very direct question. Is this patient losing his insurance right after he was diagnosed with cancer? So now you're saying that there may have been a discrepancy on the original application. The discrepancy was identified after the patient started treatment, right? I want to be very clear about what you're saying. You're telling me that after this patient was diagnosed with cancer, your company went back and started a review of the original application. That sounds a lot like post-claims underwriting. That practice has been illegal for more than a decade. Are you formally alleging that this patient committed fraud on their insurance application? If that's a position that the company's taking, we're also going to need the underwriting documentation used to determine the coverage? Well, when someone's insurance disappears right after they've been diagnosed with cancer, you can see how that raises concerns. Well, not just from us, but from the state's insurance commissioner. I don't think people realize these conversations are happening. Someone's paying their premiums for years, and then the moment they get sick, this is not the conversation that they're planning to have.
So, that shit happens all the time too. That's actually the plot line of one of the Saw movies. This is the shit that radicalizes people. I got politely asked to leave the insurance office when my mom was sick. My mom had stage 4 terminal small cell cancer of everywhere. If you look up my mom's birth certificate, it'll say that my mom died of small cell lung cancer. But my mom had cancer, yes. By the time my mom died, she had cancer in every organ. My mom ran out of, and this is back in the 90s, so things have changed. My mom ran out of deductible for painkillers. As I've said, because people have asked me, how did I go from poor to rich, back to poor, back to rich? My mom we could no longer get any narcotic painkillers, any opioids on my mom's insurance. She was capped out. I went up to the insurance office because I thought we were behind on payments. And we were a little bit. But when you're seeing 8 doctors in a fucking week and bills are coming in and all over the place, you're trying to get them all reconciled. That's one of the things the Obamacare Act did that I agree with, is that they can't do balanced billing. From Obamacare came you gotta be honest. Balanced billing is, so what balanced billing is, the hospital agrees this procedure is $5,000. The hospital agrees that because I have TRICARE, this $5,000 price tag gets crossed out, and this procedure only costs me $3,500. So TRICARE is going to pay the $3,500. I have to pay $38. Well, the hospital can't come and try to add that $1,500 that was taken off. They agreed, because I'm a TRICARE customer, that procedure only costs me $3,500. They can't try to bill me for that. Well, I went into the insurance office with just a cash roll of hundreds, and I was just a fucking belligerent dick, and I'm just peeling off hundreds. I was like, so how far behind am I? I'm just gonna start peeling off money here, and you tell me when I've got my mom's balance paid off. I'm in a suit. I'm dressed nice, but I literally just roll the hundreds. I'm just like, you tell me when I've peeled off enough money for my mom to get her next round of care, because your fucking letters are pissing me off. Finally, I get taken back to a manager's office, and he's like, it's not that, it's we just won't pay for any more narcotics for your mom. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? He's like, your mom has just reached her prescription cap. My mom has reached her prescription cap. So you want my mom to die in excruciating pain because she just can't get any more. Yeah, she couldn't get, back in the 90s, right? Back in the 90s, you had caps on everything. You couldn't get any more narcotic painkillers. So I ended up paying for painkillers out of pocket. Let me tell you this. This is one of the reasons why I'm an advocate for the medical marijuana card. Yesterday I went to the dispensary because I was out. I spent $136 for 120 days of medication. 120 days of medication for $138. Which works better than codeine, works better than morphine, works better than being on benzodiazepines. I'm paying a little over $1 a day. Big Pharma doesn't like that medical marijuana works better than prescription medication. My wife, why MMV? Oh, your mileage may vary. Oh, yeah. My wife can only get 14 Ambien at a time. There is literally nothing our doctor can do. The way my wife's dates have lined out, she is going to be in the middle of her vacation when her Ambien runs out. Folks, could somebody please help me out with the insanity of all this? I can get 120 days of weed and not even use the full allotment on my card. Right? Not use anywhere near the full allotment on my card. But you can only get 14 days of Ambien? What the fuck are we doing with medicine in this country? It should be illegal. No, she can only get 14 days at a time of Ambien. That's all the provider is allowed to write. He can only write a 14-day. What in the shit are we doing in this country? My injections, I can't get them anymore. You are getting 30 days all the time. My wife's provider can only write 14. We have literally made oh yeah, you fill 30 days at a time. The problem is, I think it's the hospital. I think it's his health network telling him that he can't write. Or maybe it's the state. But what we have is this giant ass problem where we are making everything more complicated than it fucking needs to be. Why are you not connected? Why are you being difficult? Dude, I need you to connect. Thank you. I have to wear this. 14-day prescription limits are permanently associated with the initial dispensing. These laws are significant by state. Oh, so it must be a state thing. I haven't had a chance to look it up because I'm in Disney mode. But we're in a world right now that's just fucking cracked. We've got to do better.
You're saying the policy's being...
Let's Oh, and speaking of cracked, this made me laugh. Huh? Bread is healthy, pickles are healthy, onions are healthy, tomatoes are healthy, cheese is healthy, ground beef patty is healthy, lettuce is healthy, but if you put it all together in a cheeseburger, it's unhealthy. Can someone explain? And I mean this, I'm not trying to be a smartass. I need like a nutritionist or a dietitian or something to explain to me. Because I don't get it. And I'm gonna say, this is saved on my phone. I'm gonna ask my nutritionist the next time I see them. Because I actually looked at my nutritional manual. No. Maybe. The condiments I could see if you're putting a shit ton of mayonnaise on. Too many calories in one go? Maybe. Maybe. But really, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and pickles, onion, tomato, and lettuce have almost no calories in them. The type of bread is important, that is true. But carbs are important, right? Yeah, if you have to put, yeah, exactly. If you have to put cheese on your broccoli, then it's better than not eating your broccoli. That burger in the pick is probably less than 450 calories. Yeah, it probably is. The bun that is there is not healthy because it's so heavily sugared. The cheese is unhealthy because it's not real cheese. Well, right, but I'm saying if I make it myself, and that is a great point. What Phelan said is a really great point, and it's something that got my attention, and I've been digging into it more. Most restaurants are now serving Cisco food, and Cisco food is fucking terrible for you. Cisco food is absolutely god awful for you. Sysco, S-Y-S-C-O. They're a major food provider. I thought it was S-Y-S-C-O. Yeah, it's S-Y-S-C-O for the food people. Cisco is the AI. Yeah, you're thinking Cisco, the AI people. Like I found this out. Applebee's doesn't cook anything. It's all in these food trays. They just heat it and dump it. They just microwave the shit and dump it. Then fuck, I'm not doing that. Not eating at Applebee's. It's okay, fine, they're networking people, whatever. When I looked them up, it said AI. What was the first thing it said? We've got to do better. Like, when I say this, people used to like balk. Where I grew up, all the restaurants were owned by the Greeks. They were all Greek-owned restaurants. Les Brothers was Greek-owned. A couple of different other places. The Royal Inn was owned by a Greek family. I'm trying to think of the name of the other one. The Paragon Inn was owned by a Greek family. You went in, everything was fresh cooked. It was great. Now, restaurants are just microwaving shit and throwing it on a plate. Well, fuck that. I'll buy a TV dinner then. Huh? Just buy a fucking TV dinner. Call it a day. Oh, I forgot to show one in the medical one. Let me bring this back. This is what happens when you don't listen to your doctors or the doctor's office, though. Listen how ignorant ass this patient is.
I'm here today because I was told that by my insurance that I have to pay $1,800 for my crown, and I'm not going to pay that. I don't know why my insurance is not covering this crown, and I'm really upset.
Pay because you signed the waiver saying that you didn't want us to take the x-ray, and they require an x-ray. And so we explained that to you. That's why we had you sign the waiver, saying that, yeah, you signed the waiver because you declined the x-ray when I asked to take the x-ray for your insurance.
Well, I'm not paying for this.
Well, unfortunately, we're just going to have to send you to collections.
All right, that's whatever.
That bullshit right there. Okay, so this is the bullshit right fucking here. Okay, so the dentist's office, right, says you need an x-ray. And you say no. So you sign the waiver. And then you go back and say, I'm not going to pay that. But when you say no, if they say, well, then we're not going to treat you, then you file a lawsuit. It's like I say to people, if you're signing it, stop. Get the fuck out of the habit of signing whatever is put in front of you. If somebody puts something in front of you and says, I need you to sign this, slide it back to them and say, please explain it to me. What am I signing? Because I don't pencil whip shit. The last time I pencil whipped it, something happened. For me, I said, I don't blindly sign things. The last time I blindly signed things, I ended up in the military. So, what is this? This is an insurance waiver. Waiver for what? It's saying that if your insurance declines to pay, I'm not going to sign that because that's open-ended. My insurance will pay you if you properly bill them. If you don't properly bill them. And so if they're like, well, you'll have to sign this, then I write underneath my signature, except in the event that you don't properly bill my insurance, and I hand it back to them. And then they'll see it and they're like, sir, you're going to have to not write that. I'm not signing a catch-all waiver. And then I say to him, you do realize that catch-all waivers are illegal in the state of Illinois. So much so, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and keep this and I'm going to send it to the Attorney General of the state of Illinois and let him look into it. And then watch how quickly they tell you can't leave with that sheet of paper. No, you gave it to me. It's mine now. It's in my possession. Well, you're going to have to give that back to us. Well, someone's going to have to come out from around the counter and physically take it from me. Good fucking luck with that one. We've got to get people out of the habit of signing shit just because it's put in front of you. You need an x-ray. You freeze the x-ray, you sign an AMA. You don't want to pay? Well, bitch, you sign the AMA. I go into my dentist's office, and because I know how expensive dental care is, they know me, I know them, and I simply say to them, I said, what do I need? I've told my dentist's office, treat me like a car. I come in, how many miles do I have on me? What do I need? Oil change, tire rotation, what do I need? I said, look, man, I got Irish teeth. You don't have to try to milk me for nickels and dimes. My teeth are fucking terrible. You are gonna make hundreds. Don't nickel and dime me. Just go after the gold mine. My dentist and oral surgeon who always send me an estimate before they were performing anything. Yeah, here's the estimate. I have to do the estimate because retiree dental care sucks ass. And they're like, okay, so here's how this works. You're gonna pay, Delta Dental of California is gonna pay about this. Yeah, AMA is against medical advice. We've got to teach people not to sign shit just because it's put in front of them. But society doesn't want to be taught that. Society doesn't want kids in school to learn that because then it makes life harder. Like when I was buying a car and I told the guy, I said, you're not selling me anything extra. I'm buying a car and nothing else. Then the first guy came along and he tried to sell me on a maintenance package. I said, why? Are you selling lemons? And he kind of looked at me and he got kind of offended. I said, I've already told the salesman I'm not buying anything else, so that's one. Next guy came along, he tried to start talking to me about the clear coating, the upholstery. I said, I've literally said now to 2 different people and now you, I'm not buying anything else. So you go tell whoever the fuck it is between me and the time I drive out of here with the car. The next person who asks me anything to add on is gonna ruin this deal. And because you've already impacted my credit by running my credit to finance this, I'm retired. So my fucking mission in life will be to fucking shit talk you on every fucking social media you have. Have I made it quite clear I'm not buying any fucking add-ons? I don't want your clear coating. I don't want your upholstering. And I even told him, I said, don't put that plastic fucking thing around my license plate. Don't put that plastic thing. I'm not doing free advertising for you. Don't put that shit on. Well, we have to. By what? Our boss's rule. I'm telling you right now, if you put that plastic fucking piece of shit license plate holder, I'm going to break it off and leave the pieces all over your fucking prep floor. Don't put it on my car. The car doesn't already have the sticker on the back. Don't put the fucking sticker on. If you do, I'm sending you a bill to remove it. We've got to get out of this fucking habit of signing everything that people put in front of us. We've got to get out of the habit of being like complacent, being accepting, because it's stupid.
Dance.
It's just dumb. It's like people that I've watched people buy a house. I have watched people buy a fucking house, go into the title signing and sign every single thing the title company puts in front of them and never ask a single question. The fuck are you doing? Well, I'm buying my house. What'd you sign? I don't know. When you're buying a house, you call your realtor and say, I need a courtesy read ahead of all the documents sent to me before closing, the night before closing. Well, I don't know if they're going to be ready. How the fuck are we closing the next day if the documents aren't ready? Yeah, I do that because I've gotten the paperwork prior. Then I go in and I'm like, I have my copy and I'm going through it. And then I'm like, has anything changed? No. Then why is the date on your document different than the date on my document? Then you catch them in the lie. And they're like, well, it shouldn't be. Well, it is. So what changed? Well, I don't know. Well, fuck's sake. Now I've got two documents in front of me and I'm comparing them. The one time when I bought this house, the lady at the title company was like, sir, you're not going to have a chance to read all those documents. We have another closing at the top of the next hour. I said, well, I guess that one's going to get delayed. It's going to push your whole day then. And the lady was like, well, you can't just arbitrarily change our schedule. I said, you can't just arbitrarily change my documents. So the process closer left, and the manager came in and says, I understand there's a problem. I said, yeah, the courtesy copy that I got was dated 6/8, and you're asking me to sign a document dated 6/9, but you're not able to tell me what was changed. So I have a 14-page document that I have to read. She's like, oh, I don't think anything changed. I think we just had to print it this morning. Why are all the other documents then dated yesterday? I think maybe she forgot to print this one. So you don't actually know, is what you're telling me. Cool. Why don't you go print a copy and grab a copy of the emailed one and you tell me if there's any changes as well. I don't give a shit about your schedule. And then the manager kind of got like, well, we have another closing coming. And I said, look, I'm paying you, right? But she was like, well, you're being paid out of what? What, where are you drawing your money from? Is the seller paying you out of proceeds? Or am I paying you? Well, you're paying us. Great. If I'm paying you, you work for me. Now, please tell me what was changed in this document. Then I get the fucking stare at your shoes, the pity dick in the mouth. There was a typo. Oh, there was a typo. So that's the only change. Then why the fuck can't you just tell me that? What had the typo? Easy. Your first house, the title company wouldn't do that, so I went in and read the entire 200-page contract in the office. That pissed them off because they really wanted to get out of there, and they scheduled me for 4:15. Yep. I don't care. You're not rushing me. You're not rushing me. It's not going... You're expecting me to rush through buying well, this house is now 300. You want me to rush through buying a $175,000 asset? Yeah, the typo was we missed the price. Yeah, Salty Bread, our contracts Our contracts are somewhere between 300 and 400 pages buying a house, because I don't think I have the purchase contract here. Because you have to sign when you buy it. There's a good 50 pages of the lot, the detail of the lot. Like, you see a single page is like the survey of the plot, but there's just pages and pages and pages of description. I think the description of this property is 9 pages long. It just goes on forever. It's how we do things. Now, ask if they get paid by the page, and you'll have your answer. See, what else did I pull down? Oh, yeah, hold on. We gotta have a break here. We gotta have a break. This made me laugh so bad. This made me laugh.
If you're from Louisiana, you've probably heard of this old folk remedy called pulling the sun out. People use it after spending too much time out in the heat. The idea is that the sun gets trapped inside your body, causing bad headaches, exhaustion, and heat stroke-like symptoms. Then, as the water starts bubbling, people believe it's pulling the heat right out of you, and some swear the relief kicks in almost instantly.
I've actually experienced this shit when I was in the South. You gotta pull the heat out of your head. Psychosomatic bullshit. Yeah. You gotta pull the heat out of your head. Grumpy old man, does it go as far as where you're at in Georgia? Do you have this in Georgia? Because I've had it in Alabama. I've had it in Mississippi. I've had it in Louisiana. You've never heard of it, so it didn't make its way up that far into Georgia. I mean, water helps kill you down, but what in the fuck? Okay, so if you've ever heard of chiggers with a C, right? A friend of mine, we were out, my whole squad, we were out, and chiggers are little bugs. They're little mites. And we they get into the sand. Well, there's a reason why they tell you to blouse your boots, you blouse your pants into your boots. Clear nail polish does absolutely nothing because chiggers don't burrow into your skin. When they bite you, they that bite you get, that chigger bite that you get, right? People think, and turn your head for a moment if you are easily grossed out, but these are chigger bites. There is no larva in there. There's nothing in your skin. Those are just the bites. They bit you. Well, everyone's always doing the clear nail polish thing, and they're like, oh, the clear nail polish helps because it kills the chigger that's in your flesh. Those are chiggers. They're much different than ticks. Ticks are stuck on you. And if a tick is stuck on you, don't pull it off. See the medic, because there's a right way to remove a tick and a wrong way to remove a tick. And if you have a tick on you in the military, they want the tick. They want the tick for two reasons. They want to test the tick. You put the clear nail polish on to cut the itch. It helps with the itching. It has nothing to do with there being a larva in your leg. But they want the tick because they test them because they want to know if there's Lyme disease on the base. But it's funny because all the guys kept their pants bloused with a blousing strap. So they're all itching to shitting back. And they're looking at me and they're like, didn't you get bit? And I'm like, no, because I'm not fucking stupid. Like, I know what these are. And they're like, well, what'd you do? I'm wearing 2 pairs of socks. And I have a plastic bag in between my socks. They're like, aren't your feet hot? I'm like, my feet are fucking sweating fucking buckets, man. But my feet aren't covered in bites. 1 pair of socks, plastic bag, another pair of socks, pants into the boots. I don't want that shit all over me. But it's funny to watch people say, oh, you have larvae in your skin. Who the fuck told you that? Who told you that bullshit? Because if you had larvae in your skin, you would be going and getting antiparasitics, not clear nail polish. You gotta pull the heat out. You gotta pull the sun out of your head. You gotta pull the sun up out your head. That's the world.
If you're from Louisiana,
that's the world we're living in, folks. We gotta pull the sun about your head. Let's see. Let's talk about the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago lost how many criminals?
Now, Bill, shocking details out of the Chicago area. A judge says they have lost track of hundreds of people who were placed on ankle monitors, all while facing pending criminal cases. The total number now thought to be at nearly 250 people. Terrifying. Mike Tobin is live in Chicago. He's got more details on this for us. Hi, Mike.
And Sandra, it works out to 8% of the people on electronic monitoring in the pretrial program in Cook County in Chicago who are unaccounted for. Even the state's attorney says we should all be deeply concerned. This is the same system that was ignored by Lawrence Reed, a career violent criminal with 72 arrests. His ankle monitor showed that he'd been out all night twice and was violating his curfew on November 17th of last year when police say he boarded Chicago's L train and set a complete stranger, Bethany McGee, on fire. This is the same ankle monitor system that was ignored by 26-year-old Alfonso Talley. Records show he'd been in trouble for all of his adult life. He disregarded his curfew to the point that he didn't get home to charge the battery and the ankle monitor went dead. Police say on April 25th, he went on a crime spree that ended with a mother of 3, pistol whip with a broken nose, 1 police officer dead, another fighting for his life. 3,048 people were released pre-trial on electronic monitoring. Almost 20% of them are charged with violent crimes. 7% aggravated battery, 4% criminal sexual assault, 0.8% charged with murder, and 246 of them cannot be found.
Not only are they missing, they have no idea where they're at. None. Zero. They don't know if they're in the state of Illinois. They have no idea where these individuals are. So think about that. I mean, it's not like they could just go out and start looking for them. Like they have no clue.
The system alerts on a low battery or curfew violation. After 48 hours, a judge can be notified and that judge can issue an arrest warrant. But any sheriff's deputy will tell you there are thousands of warrants in the system. Without an alert on a specific individual, they get lost in the pile. But the Cook County chief judge did tell a local reporter yesterday that law enforcement is actively searching for the people who are at large. Sandra?
You no longer need your first question answered because you now know why it's terrifying. Why are violent criminals on monitors? I can't imagine why people just want to have these people locked up. Yeah. Remember I talked about this where I said, I think it was last year, my state has become the fucking purge state. We can't deny cash bail. We can't deny bail unless you commit one of like 12 crimes. But you just heard people are charged with murder and they're allowed to get out on an ankle monitor. Okay. King Jalan. I no longer want to be President Jalan. I want to be King Jalan because I don't want to have to deal with the fucking Congress to fix some shit. You know what I want to do with murder charges? Here's what I would like to do with murder charges, right? I would like to get the fuck along with the process to the prosecuting phase. I'd like to get along with it, right? Don't worry, you're not going to need bail. Why? Your trial's next week. That's fast, yeah. Supreme ruler and emperor, yeah. Where I have a fucking problem is a guy got out and he set a person on fire, okay? We're not talking about like little Johnny or little Timmy who's on an ankle monitor because he's graffitied for the 18th time and we're gonna teach little Johnny a lesson. A lady got set on fire. Another lady got pistol whipped and her nose broken. Our judicial system is off the fucking chain. You would never go to Chicago under any circumstance. Chicago is fine as long as you go up Lakeshore Drive and you stay in the loop. If you stay along Michigan Avenue and you're fine. But go into Chicago via Lakeshore Drive, 55 to the Lakeshore Drive, or come in south from O'Hare Airport. Don't drive around if you don't know where you're going, though. Fuck, just stay out of Chicago. It's probably better. It's overpriced anyway. And I'm from there. My big concern is we need to completely revamp the judicial system. We need to completely revamp the entire judicial system because we need to get people into jail when they need to be in jail. We have problems with a system that simply does not function. But why should our system function? Because look at this asshole. 60 billion views against TikToks on President Trump. 13 billion views on TikToks on Operation Fury. 2 billion views on TikToks thanking Trump. 1 billion on TikTok on Trump's peace deals. 668 million views on TikToks on the State of the Union. 195 million on World Cup. 48 on tax cuts. 38 on Farm Aid. Donald Trump is putting out too much bullshit. There's too much bullshit. TikTok has completely fucking warped the minds of a generation. I am proud to announce the site of the National Garden of American Heroes. This magnificent exhibition of statues will be located in West Potomac Park, which we are transforming into the world's most beautiful public space. Right now, it is totally barren field of prime waterfront real estate along our mighty Potomac River. When finished, West Potomac Park will be a world-class masterpiece with elegant landscaping, adorned with beautiful statues, and be yet another one of my great projects to make Washington, D.C. the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. The National Garden of American Heroes will feature the most beautiful collection of statues featuring our founding fathers, military warriors, religious leaders, civil rights champions, world-class athletes, artists, entertainers, and more. The people of America will come here to learn and be inspired by the greats. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? We can't even feed our we can't feed our children. We cannot feed our children. So you're talking about spending more money on building a Potomac Park when Americans are still feeling pessimistic about the economy. This is how people feel about the economy. Holy shit. We are lower than people felt about the economy in 1980. Holy fuck. U.S. consumer confidence. Yeah, we're not in good shape. I want to see 3 standards of evidence: preponderance, reasonable doubt, shadow of doubt. Shadow of doubt for death penalty or to further remove civil rights, like removing the possibility to earn parole. Well, no. Shadow of a doubt would be impossible. Because you're asking for a standard of proof that's nearly impossible. Because reasonable doubt is a hard enough burden to overcome. To create a shadow of a doubt level. No, that guy who was on the video with the girl in the FedEx, that shadow. No, it's not. Where do you see him strangle her? All you've proven with that. See, you got to be really careful when you want to change the thresholds, because now his argument is, well, yeah, I had her with me, but I didn't kill her. All you've done now, the video wouldn't be AI because they would have gotten the video out of the truck. But all that guy says is, yeah, that video proves I had her. You got me dead to rights on kidnapping, but you can't prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I murdered her. Where's your proof for that? Where's your proof of that? And now, because you've created a higher threshold, reasonable doubt says, well, if you had her in the truck, QED says, you had her in the truck and now she's dead. You were the last person seen with her. You have to create some sort of affirmative defense about what happened to her. Because reasonable doubt says, you had her, boom. If you do shadow of doubt, you instantly create, people will plead guilty to a lesser crime. Right? You can match hand marks, only with people who don't know how to strangle. This is how you should be strangling somebody. Not this way. This way. This way is very, 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 very difficult to strangle. A front lock strangle, very, very difficult. Because you end up with a blood choke, not a windpipe choke. I want the high threshold because if you get shadow, you get walked out of court into a bullet. No, you don't, because you still have your appeal, your Court of Appeals, your state Supreme Court appeal, and possibly your federal Supreme Court appeal. I like where you're trying to go with it. Don't create a higher bar. Create a more streamlined process. For example, like I've said in the past, what I would like with all capital cases, here's the prosecutor. Hold on. Here's the jury, and the jury is in a glass box they hear everything through speakers and they see everything through glass. So we don't have to keep wasting time taking the jury in and out of the courtroom. They're in a box. So you have the prosecutor, you have the defense, you have the judge, and then in a separate room, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 judges watching the capital court case as it's happening. Now, each one of those judges has a one-way mirror, so we can't see them, but they can see us. No, you can't do that because you have the right to be judged by a jury of your peers. So you have the right to know who they are. Like, putting them in a one-way mirror wouldn't matter because you'd already would have seen them when you impaneled them. But what you do is, if you got to black out the jury, the judge has a button. He can black out their view, and they can't hear anything going on in the courtroom. So we don't have to keep taking them in and out when we have to have, sidebars and hearings and raise issues. They can just sit there. But you got 5 judges upstairs that are watching all of this on camera. Any one of those judges can pick up a phone and it flashes on the judge's desk. They're all the appellate. That's the appellate judge system right upstairs. The judge is like, the defense says objection. They make their case, and the prosecution makes theirs, and the judge says sustained. Ring, ring. Standby one, presses the button, blacks out the jury. The judge is like, yes, yes. Understood. All right. Unblack out the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to overturn my own sustained, and I'm going to overrule that. I was not aware of a ruling made in Plague Doctors versus the state of California. There's a piece of precedent I was not aware of, so I'm actually going to overrule that objection. Why are we doing that? So that we don't have to spend 3 to 5 years afterwards having an appeal. You got 5 judges upstairs that are doing it right now, in real time. Capital cases need to move the fuck along. A shadow standard is a no appeal conviction. Can't do it. I don't want to be tried for every case. It would be an exceptional circumstance standard. Can't do it. Keep reasonable for most crimes, but if you have someone dead to rights, you don't have them dead to rights. What? You're ignoring a fundamental part of my civil liberties. I am innocent because you have not yet proven me guilty. You are taking away my civil rights. But if you have someone dead to rights, I would want the option for the state to opt to a higher standard to remove downstream headaches. Because you're predicating that all against the idea that I'm innocent. Remember, this is where the fundamental bedrock needs to be drilled into people. You can have me dead to rights. You can watch me fucking do it. I'm still innocent. I'm going to use President Lincoln just because making a threat against the sitting president is a federal crime. You could literally be there and watch me walk up to President Lincoln, put an iron to his head, and blow his fucking brains through his top hat. You could have 500 witnesses. But the way the Constitution is written, I am innocent until that moment where the verdict comes down that I have been found guilty by a jury of my peers. 500 people saw me do it. You watched me do it. You arrested me immediately. Unless I pled guilty, I'm innocent. Now, do I want to shave some of that off the Constitution? Absolutely not. People get mad at me when I say no. I do not want to shave that off the Constitution. Because once we start taking away civil liberties for convenience, then we might as well get rid of all of them. Yeah, if you don't get convicted beyond a shadow of a doubt, Wolf-Agar, you're saying you want to take away my civil liberties. You're trying to take away my 3 appeals. I haven't agreed to be tried. I haven't agreed to sacrifice my 3 appeals so that you have a higher standard. If you want to make that part of the condition, maybe. The defendant would have to choose that. I also think in some ways, though, we should bring trial by combat. I think trial by combat is a good thing too. But what you're trying to say is you want to take away my rights. Always put yourself as the person you're trying to that you're trying to take the rights from. Don't say, I want to take rights away from that person. Say, I want to take rights away from myself. Because what you're saying right now, I don't support. Even though I hate criminals. I'm not defending criminals. I'm defending myself. If I ever find myself in a shitty situation, I don't want to be in that situation. I like the fact that reasonable doubt with 3 appeals. Reasonable doubt with 3 appeals is a hell of a lot more, sounds a hell of a lot better to me than a 1 shot with this higher bar. I don't want that. I want my 3 appeals. Because I believe that the prosecution will make more mistakes in the original trial. Yeah, appellate court, state Supreme Court, federal Supreme Court. The Alex Kavanaugh conviction. So first of all, his murder conviction, let's be very clear on the Alex Kavanaugh development. Alex Kavanaugh is not a free man. Which, I'm going to say this, let me be really careful here. Alex Kavanaugh, number one, remains in jail for his 40-year federal sentence for stealing $12 million from his law firm. I don't like this. Oh yeah, Alex Murdaugh. I said Kavanaugh. Alex Murdaugh. Kavanaugh's a different guy. Alex Murdaugh was convicted on a double murder conviction and a life sentence. In a 5-0 ruling, jury interference was determined. He is now sent back to a lower court to be retried. That is bullshit. The prosecution fucked up. His double murder conviction should be set aside. He should be exonerated, and jeopardy should be attached. They should not. No, it's 3. You're entitled to 3 appeals. You appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. They issue a ruling of whether or not they're going to hear the case, but you're still entitled to ask them to hear it. You get appeal court, state Supreme Court, federal Supreme Court. They may choose to not hear your case, but you're still entitled to ask them to hear it. To have your case heard by the federal Supreme Court, though, you have to have a procedural issue, not just you're not going to get heard by the federal Supreme Court because of a bullshit objection ruling. But like the Alex Murdaugh case, if the South Carolina Supreme Court didn't rule in his favor, but if you're not convicted at the state level, you can't go to state appellate court. Well, yes, but generally, when you have a federal crime, it's a different process. I'm working on the assumption that the majority of crimes are state-level crimes, which they are. The majority of people aren't committing federal offenses. I think what happened with Alex Murdaugh, though, is bullshit. If you did not get a fair constitutional trial, you should be exonerated and jeopardy should have attached. That's another flaw we have. All that happened now is he was tried. The other side didn't play fair. They nullified the jury. A court official nullified a jury verdict, and then he should be free to not have to serve any of that. It's bullshit that he has to go through it. Now, I know some people are like, I don't know why you're supporting a murderer. I'm not supporting a murderer. I'm supporting a process. It's absolute bullshit. He shouldn't be eligible to be retried. If your trial wasn't fair, then if it gets overturned, I don't like the fact that they can return it to lower case to be retried. It's bullshit. It means the prosecution got a dry run, right? To try their case. They got a dry run to see what was going to be objected to, what wasn't going to be objected to, what was suppressed, what wasn't suppressed. It's bullshit. The whole system is just designed under the premise that you're innocent until proven guilty. If they fail to prove you guilty and it gets overturned, you should be let go. I don't think this. I don't like when murderers go free, but I don't like when the system is pissed on. I think what happened is terrible. Wall Street analysis of thousands of posts that found President Trump uses Truth Social to spread conspiracy theories and attack his adversaries. Donald Trump sends an awful lot of fucking posts between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. No wonder why the man falls asleep. A Sikh man stabbed an 18-year-old university student to death with an 8-inch ceremonial knife after claiming he had been racially abused. A university student died after being repeatedly stabbed by a man armed with a ceremonial sword. Henry Norwalk was on his way home when he was attacked by a stranger with an 8-inch blade. He was caught on camera saying, "I'm a bad man," before the fatal attack. He is now on trial accused of murder alongside his mother, who is accused of assisting an offender. Prosecutors said she went to the scene before running home with a knife to stash it. They heard Mr. Norwalk was in his first term studying accounting and finance. He went out for a night in the city. The teenager went home, having drunk less than the legal limit to drive. Jurors were told he was speaking to friends on Snapchat when he came across the individual. He was stabbed. He was trying to climb a fence. Police were called but arrested Mr. Norwalk after the Sikh claimed he had been racially abused. He was handcuffed before passing out and dying in the street a short time later. He drowned in his own blood, with his lungs having been cut by the knife, going 8 centimeters into him. What in the fuck is going on? How the fuck is this happening? What the fuck is going on that you put a bleeding victim into handcuffs? All the people involved in that should be going to jail. All the people involved in this should be going to jail. He climbed onto a bed fence to try to escape, but he'd already been fatally wounded. Police handcuffed Mr. Norwalk, but started giving him first aid when he collapsed. What the fuck is wrong? What in the fuck is wrong with our world? What is wrong with our world? What the fuck is going on? It's really hard to do this show sometimes. This is a rough day to do this show. You got a guy who drowns in his own blood because he's been stabbed, and he gets put into handcuffs because somebody else said that he accosted him. Look, man, if a guy has blood all over his shirt, you get him to the hospital. I think every police officer involved in that should be tried as accessory to murder. Especially when people get arrested for master sword letter openers. But there's an exception for ceremonial daggers. There should not be any exception to bladed weapons. If there's going to be an exception to bladed weapons, then all weapons of that length should then be exceptions. A man was jailed for 4 months for carrying a Legend of Zelda sword in public. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is like the thing people tell me I'm a liar when I said somebody was arrested in the UK for carrying for displaying their flag. And people are like, no, they weren't. I'm like, yeah, the fuck they were. It was on the fucking news. Man jailed for 4 months for carrying a Legend of Zelda replica sword. Police said they arrested a 48-year-old when he was seen on CCTV carrying a replica Master Sword from the popular video game series. He carried the 6-inch blade inside a blue and gold sheath that could release the weapon with the press of a button. He had been sentenced to 4 months in prison for carrying the sword through public streets. We take a zero tolerance to bladed articles in public. No, you don't. It can't be a zero tolerance if you make exceptions to ceremonial weapons. The UK forbids the sale and import of several blades and weapons, including butterfly knives, stealth knives, and swords with a curved blade over 50 centimeters. All right, then. In Phoenix, a guy got shot in the eye, and the person that shot him in the eye killed his girlfriend. They arrested him while he was dying from being shot in the eye, and the detective was questioning for 6 hours. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds just about on par with what I was saying. Oh, hey, Furry Safe Space. I had a question for you. You were here on Wednesday, and I want to revisit something. You had left. I want to ask you a question. Would you agree with this statement? Would you agree with this statement? Some people who are furries are making it bad for everybody else because they're not being respectful of appropriate spaces, i.e., they're deliberately trying to make other people uncomfortable. We were talking about, at the end of the show on Wednesday, we were talking about a lot of people ruin it for everybody else because they don't keep their shit inside of, like, we were talking about cosplayers, and cosplayers need to keep their cosplay inside of their cosplay space and be dressed appropriately when they're traversing to and from the con space. What did you just send me? What is this? What the fuck is wrong with my government? What is wrong with my government? And it's the White House that sent this. Yes, it's an official government post. It is the official White House Twitter account.
I would assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi.
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't look. It's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students they come, good students. I could tell them, I don't want any students, is a very insulting thing to say to a country. They would then immediately go out and start building universities all over China. But if you don't have those students, good students, by the way, if you don't, and we do another thing, you know, if they're good and they want to stay in America, we won't give them a green card and things like that. You know, and that not only them, but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it. And you know, the ones that won't.
Okay, this is where Donald Trump is a fucking moron. Right here. The reason why universities in America, China has amazing universities. China doesn't have enough universities for, okay, Salty Bread, are you familiar with Chinese education? Are you familiar with how their tracking works? Because if you're not familiar with how their tracking works, then it probably won't make sense to you. But I want to remind you, if we have 500,000 Chinese students, okay, so everyone's aware, in China, in Japan, in several other countries around the world, you get tracked, okay? So at a predetermined point in your academic career, you take a test, and that test tracks you high and low. And then at a predetermined point in your academic career, you take another test, and it tracks you high and low. So here's your first test, here's your second test, and then for some people, some countries have a third, but we don't need that third for this example. So these people down here, they are not further education. They're not going to further education. Their two tracking tests have put them in the bottom, whatever the country percentage is. I'm talking the 50,000 foot view here, right? The people in the middle, the people at the top, these are your top tier schools. These are going to the best universities. Yeah, they become your unskilled labor pool. The people in the middle, these are the ones that'll generally have one more test, because some of them will join them and some of them will just carry on. And then the really, really terrible ones, they actually go down. The problem here is that this is really, and I'm gonna grab a piece of their culture. This is really dishonorable. This is dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. So they come to America to get a college degree. They were considered the fucking rejects in their country. And they're going to Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, Notre Dame. They're going to our top end schools. Their lowest performing students place in our best fucking schools. What Donald Trump doesn't understand is that if our best schools have 500,000 seats for Chinese students, where the fuck are all the American students? Because let me tell you, there are only a handful of American students who go to China to study. And you want to take a fucking wild guess as to the characteristics of the American students who go to China to study? Those would be the children of the fucking rejects from a generation or two back who have basically been fucking drilled their whole life so that family can go back to China because their kid got accepted to school in China. So that kid can go into Chinese society and be like, holy shit, family name, honor restored, come on home. We have American kids that can't fucking read. I showed that video on Wednesday. You want to take 500,000 kids out of the school system, and that would, what he said, what did he say? Let's go back just a few seconds and what he said.
And that, not only them, but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it.
You want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it. I don't know. How about you recognize a university system is going to die because only 7% of American people need to go to college, because only 7% of the jobs in the American workforce require a college degree. When Spinal and I crossed roads the other day, I was talking about the college degree requirement. He was talking about the licensing. A registered nurse, an RN, doesn't need a 4-year college degree. They only need a 2-year degree because it's the same nursing license. So why the fuck are we saying that we have a shortage of nurses, but then making students go to get a 4-year degree when they can get the nursing license in 2? Which means you got 50 nurses. You might need one of those 50 nurses, or let's be realistic. You have 48 nurses working at a hospital. You 12 on a shift. You need, of those 48, you need 4 of them to have a bachelor's degree. You probably don't even need 4 of them to have a bachelor's degree because you can teach leadership and management in on-the-job training. But let's say, for some odd reason, you want them to have it, which again is stupid. You have 4 of your 48 have 4-year degrees, and 44 of the 48 have 2-year degrees, and nothing changes about the quality of their care. I want you to hear that again. An individual with a 2-year nursing degree and an individual with a 4-year nursing degree, they have the exact same skill sets for patient care. They don't learn any more patient care in the other 60 hours of their curriculum. So what the fuck are we doing? We're keeping colleges expensive. 7% of jobs in America require a college degree. Doctor, nurse, engineer, lawyer require a college degree.
And the ones that won't be hurt are the top schools. The top schools will do fine, but your lower schools, the ones that don't do quite as well, they'll be dying all over the place. I frankly think that it's good that people come from other countries and they learn our culture, and many of them want to stay here. I think it's good.
It's good that people want to come here and learn our culture. We are facing a housing crisis. We are a country of 340 million people with 49.5 million immigrants. If you got rid of 49.5 million immigrants, including 12 million illegal immigrants, which are a different category, you would suddenly have between 12 and 15 million housing options available, which would lower the price of housing. The demand would go down and the supply would go up. When demand goes down and supply goes up, basic capitalistic economics teaches you supply up, demand down, price down. Because you have too many and not enough people that want them. 10 to 15 million homes become available. And you just got rid of between 50 and 62 million people. I don't know, folks. Just put the fucking crown on my head. Maybe we'll try it. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll be the first. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. Do I think lobbying to the government should be illegal? I have you marked. I will get to that one in just a moment.
Not everybody agrees with me. And it doesn't sound like a very conservative position. And I'm a conservative guy. I'm really a common sense guy, I think, more than a conservative guy. I think MAGA is common sense,
Look, you dumb fuck. Oh, I wasn't on the right screen. Look, you dumb fuck. MAGA isn't common sense at all. MAGA is the antithesis of common sense.
People understand we want strong borders, we want strong military, we want good education, we want low interest rates, we want. But
I think people would argue they worry about, do they have nefarious intentions?
Sure, I know, and we worry about that. And honestly, they do things to us and we do things to them. It's a very, very fine line, the whole thing with students. So they have 500,000 students, and our university system does great.
No, the fuck our university system doesn't do great, you fucking Cheeto poof. If 65% of Americans go to college, and 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level or lower, and a college fucking degree is the 16th grade level. How does 54% of your population read 10 grade levels below what they're supposed to? Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying that every single person in every single job has to be reading every single day. But I'm saying if you're not reading every single day, you're not exercising your noodle. And if you're not exercising your noodle atrophies. You don't have to be reading like nonfiction. You could be reading anything. Read science fiction, read military fiction, read biographies, read autobiographies. Shit, I don't even care if you pick up your wife's fucking book talk smut novel while you're, sitting there waiting for her to put a dress on or whatever. Just read a few paragraphs. For some of you, it might help your performance. But you got to exercise the noodle.
It does great. You want to screw it up? Take 500,000 students out, and you're gonna see bankruptcies at the lower end of good colleges, but they're not known or whatever. You're gonna have a lot of problems. So it's something I'm always looking at. But
does this dumb fucking truck of a human being believe that 500,000 Chinese students are coming to our low-end universities?
But it's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people in our schools. I mean, it really is. Now, I'll have people say, oh, that's a terrible thing. It is a very insulting thing. And it's very interesting. It's something didn't come up today. Came up last time. But I will tell you that school systems don't want that to happen because...
No shit, school systems don't want that to happen. Holy fuck. The average cost of a college education is $100,000. I wonder why the school systems don't want that to happen. Do I think lobbying the government should be illegal? That's a great question. Depends on who's doing the lobbying. I do a lot of lobbying. What's lobbying? Talking to your local representative. That's lobbying. Hey, I think you should do this. That's lobbying. I think... I truly believe that every single congressman, their schedule needs to be public. Every meeting they take needs to be public. Every meeting they take with lobbyists needs to be public. I also think that, I've said this for years, congressmen need to be like NASCAR drivers. They need to walk into... They don't need to wear suits anymore. They need to wear leather jackets with all the patches of all the people that sponsor them. The biggest sponsor to that congressman gets the biggest logo on their back. And then everybody else that gives them significant donations needs to be a patch on them. So when I watch somebody talking about pharmaceutical law and I see Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, I'm gonna be like, oh, I wonder why you feel that way. I see the other guy making a comment about pharmaceutical and his big back piece is the Johnson & Johnson logo. I see him out at an event and he's next to the guy with Tylenol on his back, next to the guy with Tylenol on his sleeve. I wonder why you guys are talking about acetaminophen doesn't cause autism. Oh, could it be because you're bought and paid for? This is why I think the Senate needs to go back to not being elected by the people, but being appointed by the state. The Senate was designed to represent the will of the state, the interests of the state. Yes, it would still be just as corrupt and just as crooked, but at least we could hope that it would be less so. Have I heard about the Chinese mayor that got caught acting as an illegal agent of China? Yeah, let me pull that one up. Democrats under fire for Chinese influence as shocking spy mayor donations uncovered. Outrageous snowballing after it was uncovered that a California mayor who stepped down after admitting to acting as a Chinese agent appears to have donated to Democrats, including a sitting congresswoman. As President Donald Trump visits China for a diplomatic mission with world leaders, Eileen Wang, mayor of Arcadia, California, agreed to plead guilty to acting as an agent for the Chinese government. The admission sparks concern about foreign infiltration in local government. Now, allegations that Wang donated to Democrats at the federal level are raising broader national security concerns. According to the FEC, Judy Chu and Eileen Wang of Arcadia donated $1,000 and $170 to our campaign. They show several small $5, $10, and $25 donations earmarked for Democratic senatorial campaign. This right here is bullshit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we have people making mountains out of molehills. Who fucking cares about a $1,000 donation, $175 donation? These are the things that I would expect a Democrat to be doing, right? I'm not worried about that. I would be worried about a $100,000 donation. I'm more worried about the fact that we have headlines that look like this. We have a mayor that was acting as an agent for the Chinese government. There's a problem. There's our problem there. Yeah, 1K USD. Ain't nobody selling nothing for 1K. Yeah, exactly. 1K doesn't rent you a congressman. 1K gets your name mentioned on like the footnote of the bottom of a donor card. Let me see. I think I had one more. Oh. Did I cover LLN or did I cover LVLL last time? This, I don't know if a multi-jets is a real thing or a fake thing. I don't care. I care about this guy actually finally did a video that was like, he talks about a really good standard of solving problems.
Saw something in our system said that an airplane went AOG and our client was stuck at Aspen Airport right now, and I know he's not going to be thrilled, expecting a call from him in a little bit. Here's how to win in situations like this. If we approach the LVL method, listen, validate, level, lead. I hear you. You're right. I'd totally be upset too. Listen, in this physical moment, I want to be solution focused. There's literally nothing that we can do. Lead, I'm going to lead you into the next situation. So he's going to call right now. Let's see if we can figure this out. Hey, Gage, how are you?
Hey, I'm pretty pissed off. I'm not going to lie.
I would be too. I just heard about the AOG here in Aspen.
Yeah, and I had my entire family in the FBO waiting for 2 hours because the plane is delayed for some mechanical reason. I don't really give a shit about that. I just need to get to where I'm going.
No, absolutely. I know. I want to get you guys back home to Palm Beach. If I was in your situation, I would be equally as upset as you are. Here's what the team's working on. This airplane is AOG and not in a way that can be fixed. So this airplane, obviously, it's unsafe for it to fly. Flight Ops team has 3 replacement options. Right now, we're just confirming the crew. They're going to fly in. And if they are able to fly in, we're looking at about a total 2-hour delay. The quickest way to get you and your family there is to sit in the FBO, or I can send a car, take you guys back to your hotel, maybe a lunch on us, take you right back, and then you'll be wheels up 2 to 3 hours, home probably 8 or 9 p.m., so obviously much later than you would have liked. But in this moment, I'm not seeing much else that would change. If you were to fly commercially, say screw me and go fly commercially wouldn't even get you back there till tomorrow with all the stops.
I'm kind of glad you're looking at all the options.
We've explored everything. I want you to know that when that airplane went AOG, we didn't sit here and do nothing. We had commercial airlines run. We've tried to cancel other trips and move things around to better accommodate you. That obviously was not an option. So we have 3 replacement airplanes that are going to reposition in from Denver, Centennial, and 1 in Vegas. Looking at all those options, that'll be the quickest way to get you home. Now, instead of you guys sitting in the FBO for the next 2 hours, do you want me to have a car take you guys back to the city, maybe get some lunch, come right back?
You know what, actually, yeah, that would be nice.
Perfect. I was hoping you'd say that a car is going to be there in 10 minutes. Tyler from Flight Ops already arranged it. Reservations have been made at 3 places. I'm going to send you that list so you can go wherever you want. And then once you guys are back at the FBO in 2 to 3 hours, we can utilize this replacement airplane.
Okay, yeah.
So, the first part again.
Sounds kind of hungry.
Saw something in our system said that an airplane went AOG and our client was stuck at Aspen Airport right now, and I know he's not going to be thrilled, expecting a call from him in a little bit. Here's how to win in situations like this. If we approach the LVL method, listen, validate, level, lead.
Level. Lead. This is This is a technique that people need to learn, right? Listen, validate, level, lead. You are going to get a lot of people that are going to be pissed off, right? In this particular, if you're not familiar with who this is a multi-jets. Isn't this sales 101? It's not sales 101. It's customer service 101. Sales is a little bit of a different method. This is customer service. Sales is slightly different because you need to be careful in validation with sales. Yeah, sales is about exploiting the pain points. You got to be very careful in sales that you're not leading, because you can lead them into the wrong. You can lead them right out the door. You can lead them into a no sale. Yeah, this is about making sure that they book with you again. Like, this is obviously not his fault. The plane broke. If you're not familiar with what this guy does, this is a multi-jets. They don't own any jets. Rich people, when they own jets, they make their jets available for other people to use to keep their operating cost down. So they know they're not going to be using their jet for 6 weeks. So they put it into service with places like a multi-jets. They say, hey, for the next 6 weeks, my jet's available. You can use it. This is what it'll cost you to use it. And they'll use them. Yeah, they're just a charter broker. They look at what jets are available, and they do a lot of things. Because owning your own personal jet is really expensive. The guy that taught me commercial production, he didn't have his own jet. He had basically an account with a charter broker, which is when I figured out it's actually kind of cool. You go to the private terminal, and if something happens with your jet, sometimes somebody else's jet might be going to the same spot, and they know you. It'd be like, hey, are you getting back to Chicago? Yeah, just hold on. Let's get you added to our manifest. Jump on board. But the problem is, it's not like a regular airline where you have a spare jet and a spare crew ready to spin up in 45 minutes. You have problems. You have to move assets there. So the ability to empathize with the person, always make sure you listen first. Let them get it out of their system. A lot of people want to try to solve, I'm not good at interfacing with customers. I'm really, really good at solving your problem. I'm really, really good at solving your issue. But I am not good at listening to your bullshit. Like, I hear about a problem, I'm already fixing it. But you want to be heard. I'm not that guy. I had two wonderful lieutenants. I had two wonderful lieutenants who worked for me. They would hear somebody was coming over to the building, fucking mad as a hornet, and they would go intercept them. And the thing that I was, well, where's the captain? He's already working your problem. Just talk to me. Let him fix your problem, but you talk to me. And they would be like, well, I want to talk to the captain. They'd be like, but if you talk to the captain, he can't fix your problem. But I am more than happy to be receptive to all of the feedback you would like to leave. They were really just a buffer. I don't need a major in my office yelling at me right now. I need to fix your problem. Then I come up, I'd walk out of my office, be like, problem's all fixed. Well, I want to know how this happened. Talk to the lieutenant. The lieutenant is the one that's going to figure out what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. I'm the one that fixed the problem right now. You good? Solid? And then when they stand there arguing, maybe like, shouldn't you be somewhere? Because if you can still be here chewing my ass, it wasn't as pressing as you made it out to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, fuck off. It's like, I get it. It's where I learned the phrase, I'm not saying it's your fault, I'm saying I'm going to blame you. Did I see Russia release the retrack videos of them striking UN vehicles in the Ukraine? I didn't know Russia had struck any UN vehicles in the Ukraine. Really?
Only in St. Louis and respect.
Let's see.
Today we were planning a mission in Kherson. We were going to deliver some humanitarian assistance in an area called Ostriv, an area that has not been served for many months. As usual, we plan carefully our missions. We are very concerned about security given the constant conflict. We have notified the military, both the Ukrainian and the Russian side. But unfortunately, immediately after passing the bridge, entering Ostriv, a drone hit one of our cars. Luckily, nobody was hurt. We could go to the place where we were supposed to go, deliver the assistance, and then while we were doing that, a second drone attack again one of our cars. We have been then evacuated thanks to the support of the local authorities. I don't know who did the attack. What I know is that we were accompanied by the local authorities to deliver assistance, humanitarian assistance to people. And what I know is that civilians and humanitarians should not be a target. This constant attack on civilians and on humanitarians is simply unacceptable. And member states of the United Nations should...
Wow. Do we think anything's going to come of it? No, probably not. But this is why I say the UN is completely useless. I will be right back. Alrighty, so, we have an international organization called the United Nations. Yeah, the UN is basically an HR department that writes strongly worded letters of recommendation, then tries to convince the US to take any actual action. There is 0 point. There is absolutely 0 point in the United Nations existing. You've got Pakistan and Afghanistan squabbling with each other. You've got Russia has invaded the Ukraine for 4 years now. You've got Israel bombing, I think, 7 or 8 different nations. The US and the US and Israel unilaterally attack Iran with no formal declaration of war. So what's the point of the UN? What is the point of the United Nations? Russia hit Kiev, and 24 people so far have been killed. The UN is a paper tiger. Yeah. The UN is necessary to counter the growing threat of the USSR. Right. My chief complaint with the United Nations is that the United Nations makes the situation worse than making the situation better, because the only thing you can do is threaten. And then if you make the threat and you don't follow through, it makes the situation worse. Like, you know, one of the things I talk about with child psychology is that, like most Generation X kids, you know, grew up with a set of standards, a set of rules, and then you had like the yellow line, don't cross the yellow line, and then you got the dotted red line, like shit's gone bad because you crossed the dotted red line. Then you're somewhere between the dotted red line and the thick red line, and you get warned, if you cross that red line, I'm gonna beat your ass. You cross the red line, you get your ass beat. And for Generation X, the world was a different place, and, you know, there's the International Criminal Court. It doesn't work. The United States isn't a member of it. Israel's not a member of it. So, it doesn't work. But as a Generation X kid, I knew where my boundary lines were. A couple of times I walked past my boundary lines, I got my ass beat. So when I became a parent, I used the same parenting model. Except I ran into a problem with one particular kid. One particular kid just kept crossing the red line. So I started taking parenting classes because I was like, seriously, what the fuck? Like, I was talking to my siblings, I was talking to my cousins, I was talking to my aunts and my uncles, and I was like, what the fuck do I do as a parent? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, my kids have rules, my kids have consequences, and my kids are just walking across the thick red nuclear line of, you're gonna get your ass beat. And my kid just keeps doing it. I got a psychologist, a child psychologist to talk to, and I was like, look, I've taken parenting classes. I get it. I'm understanding now spanking your kids doesn't work. But this kid, the child psychologist is like, if spanking your kid's not working, then figure out what your kid hates. Figure out which punishment your kid hates and make that the nuclear red line. Did that, my kid's whole attitude changed. The nuclear red line, nobody gives a shit. Look at Iran. Look at what Donald Trump has managed to do about the United States. The United States used to be daddy with the belt. The United States used to be that TikTok video of the dad who's a cop. Where the dad... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because it's hilarious as fuck. Apparently, I'm not going to find it because my opera said no. Oh yeah. So this guy. What the fuck? Hold on one second. Sorry, my wife's flying out. Normally the Southwest. Normally I book all the plane tickets, but okay. So this is like that old school parenting. What the fuck, TikTok? Stop. Stop. Thank you, TikTok. Behave.
It's also in our system.
So this is that like old school parenting style.
I have to chase you, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. 3, and if I count to 3, and if I have to chase you, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you.
I'm gonna count to 3, and if I have to chase you, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. Like that's that old school, but it doesn't work anymore. Just your parents still want to be their kid's best friend. That always seems to be a recipe for producing entitled brats. I understand it's a reaction to be super authoritarian parents, but it should be a middle ground and clear boundaries. Well, see, unfortunately, part of the problem that we're having is you have kids now that are threatening to call DCFS or CPS on their parents. I had that problem once. Pack a bag and call them. My kids didn't know what the fuck to do with that. I'm gonna call CPS on you. I'd pack a bag before you do. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think CPS has the authority to take me out of my house? That's not how this shit works. My daughter's all mad. What? My daughter's 14, thinks she's gonna have an 18-year-old boyfriend. I'm gonna call CPS on you. Go right ahead. Because when they show up, I'm gonna tell them that you're 14 and you have an 18-year-old boyfriend. And then they're gonna have to, by law, start an investigation into your boyfriend. And then when you start feeding them whatever bullshit you want to feed them, I'm gonna just look at them and say, you know what? She seems to be really upset. Why don't you take her for a cooling off period? And the kid says, well, they're gonna take you. No, the fuck they ain't gonna take me. It's my house, motherfucker. My name is the only name on this particular house. So unless you really feel like your mama and all you and your siblings getting taken out of this house, ain't no one taking me to fuck out this house. She smart back right off. Well, the judge can make you. No, the judge motherfucker can't take me out my house. Your mama's name ain't on this house. My daughter's whole fucking brainwave. What do you mean mama's name ain't on this house? Mama's name ain't on this house. I had to buy this house on my own when mama lived in Kansas and I'm here. So you go ahead and play this any way you want, but just realize you're all of a whopping 13 years old and you don't know shit about shit. But if you're gonna call CPS, pack your bag first. And since you don't have any clean laundry, why don't you go ahead and do your laundry before you call CPS so you can pack that bag and have that bag ready before you call them. See, that's the problem we have. We have this problem where parents are trying to be their kid's best friend. I tell my kids all the time. I tell my children all the time when they try to be my friend, I say, I'm 46 and you're 13. Should a 46-year-old have? The context is my daughter was 14 and she wanted an 18-year-old boyfriend. And I said no. And she wanted to call CPS on me. I'm not here to be my child's friend. Because I wouldn't allow my daughter at 13 to have 46-year-old friends. I think it's weird if a 46-year-old is hanging out with 13-year-olds. I'm not here. Hold on one second. My daughter's having a moment. Just give me 1 second. This isn't even a 1 year legal gap you mentioned. Yeah, The 1 year legal gap is a different story. The Romeo and Juliet thing is a different thing. But kids are out of control now. The reason why kids are out of control is because there's situations where, and understand, I'm not saying that there's, fuck it, yes I am. There are bad families out there. I'm not saying they're intentionally bad families out there, but there's bad families out there. There are Generation X people who should not have had children, but they did. I will be the first person to admit I didn't necessarily want children. I am a great caveman father. I will bring down the woolly mammoth. I will cook the woolly mammoth steaks. I will grab a spear and grunt if a tiger or people from another tribe come to our cave. But feelings, boy broke her heart. Like I don't know how to help you with that. What does every daughter want when she gets her heart broken? She wants to cry to her mom? No. Girls, for some odd reason, they want to go shoe shopping with dad. They want to go they want to go shoe shopping with mom, dress shopping with mom, makeup shopping with mom. But then when the boy breaks her heart, she wants to crawl into daddy's lap and cry. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you, when my kids are crying and they're crying on my shoulder, I am about as useful as a brain surgeon with a monkey wrench, okay? All I can do is pat, or small circles on the back, until they generally fall asleep. And I pop them on the couch, cover them with a blanket, and I'm like, wife, sit here until they wake up. The fuck do I know about making you feel better about life? Fucking, what do you want? A chocolate shake, an ice cream cone? What do you want? Yeah, she wants daddy. In her mind, she wants daddy to make it all better. The devil on her shoulder is like, daddy, go kill him. Yeah, they just need you to be there. But they don't know that. What I've told my kids is that I'm there to make sure that you get to 18 healthy and educated and not pregnant. You liking me at 18 doesn't mean shit to me. My 24-year-old hated me from age 14 to age 20. I'm pretty certain that on almost a daily basis between 14 and 20, my now 24-year-old wanted to set me on fire. I'm pretty certain at some junctions in time, she was planning to set me on fire. Then at about age 20, she became a very interesting human being. My job is to tell you no. I'm the no parent. At age 13, the day they turn 13, I become the approval parent. My wife becomes the appeals parent. You ask me for something, I'm the yes or no. If you don't like the answer, go to your mom. Make your argument with your mom. Your mom will come and make your argument to me, because you failed to make your argument to me. You got to know. Go try to convince your mom. If you can convince your mom and I can talk, and then I'll come back to you with the answer. I don't give a shit if you like me. Like you? Where does it say I gotta like you? I love my children. I love my children. I'll die for my children. Well, most of them I'll die for. A couple of them asking me for a pint of blood might be pushing it. But, I don't care if they like me. We've got Generation X parents who don't know the first thing about being parents. They shouldn't have had kids. People are now freaking out. Oh my God, population decline. Oh my God, declining birth rates. You know what I say? Good. Let the people who know how to have children have 4 or 5. And let the people who have no fucking business having kids adopt animals. I think it's a rare thing indeed. I legitimately hope my kids don't like me. It means I'm doing my job right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you all give a kidney, you all give a pint of blood, you all carry the casket. It's the opposite way around. What's the opposite way around? You have too many low-income, uneducated having the most kids. Decent families typically have 1 or 2 kids. Yeah, did I say, okay, hold on. Let's see. You have too many low-income, uneducated having the most kids. Decent families typically have 1 or 2 kids nowadays. I have a really, really great friend. She has 4 kids. And what I said to her is, what the fuck you have any business having 4 kids for? And she got mad at me. She got really mad at me. She's like, what do you mean? I said, what the fuck business do you have having 4 kids? I said, I was an officer in the United States Air Force. I had a 6-figure salary plus an additional 25,000. I'll tell you what's wrong with having a lot of kids. I said, I had a 6-figure salary, 25,000 a year on BAH, plus free medical, free dental, free vision. And I could only afford 3. I could only afford 3 kids. And my first 2 years as an officer, I struggled to pay for 2 kids. Then we had the baby, which we weren't planning on having the baby. We were told we couldn't have more kids. My wife was told outright, you can't have more kids. And then we ended up with another kid, and then we spent 2 years crunched on money. You can have as many kids as you can. You can have as many kids as you want, provided you have the financial means to take care of them. Exactly. If you need financial support from the government to have kids, you shouldn't have kids. And the reason I feel that way is I would have loved to have had more kids. When I got to the point in my career where I could afford more kids, I would have loved to have more. But children cost anywhere between, depending on how well you're raising them, children cost anywhere between $250,000 and $400,000 over the course of their lifetime. From birth to 18, or birth through college, if you help them with college. That's why it's $250,000 to $400,000, if you help them with college. You see, the problem is the government financially supports those who pump out kids like nothing, and those kids will be exactly the same. Yes, that's exactly the problem. That's the problem. Low-income families, there is, a couple of months ago, or maybe actually a year ago, I showed some stuff about third-generation welfare recipients. You literally have people that are raising their children their whole life in a specific way, so when they turn 18, they can go right on benefits. Meanwhile, you have people that are trying and they can't get the help they need. It's hard. What is the average benefit you get for raising a kid in the US? It depends. It depends on the state. It depends on your situation. It depends on how many kids you have. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that our benefits are federal. We don't get federal benefits. We get you get your earned income tax credit federally, but you get your food stamps, your WIC, That's all. SNAP is all state run. The more kids you have, and it all depends on what is available. And shit, some of it's county run. It's run at the county level. I wish birth control was mandatory if you wish to get government assistance. I don't disagree with you. Yeah, we get federal subsidies on state benefits. And some people literally just have kids to get more benefits. Right. The parents that should be having kids are adopting a dog. Yeah. Is it because Generation X is one of the few generations that the internet had a mass cult saying your parents raised you wrong? No. Nobody says Generation X... Nobody says the baby boomers raised Generation X wrong. Because nobody has the ball sack to walk up to a Generation Xer and say, your parents raised you wrong. Trump and Musk want to hand out more money to super moms who have 4 or more kids. Why the shrillness about there not being enough kids? To ensure there are more consumers to drive stuff. What are you talking about? Trump doesn't want to give more. Trump and Musk want to cut benefits. The Republican Party wants to cut benefits, not give out more money. So why I have a serious question. Why are you blaming the Republican Party, specifically Trump and Musk, for something that is the exact opposite of what they want to do? The Republican Party as a whole, their whole platform, is the exact opposite of what you're saying. Donald Trump doesn't want to give more money. In fact, Donald Trump's big beautiful bill cut funding for people on benefits. Like, I think we got to be really careful before we start blaming people to make sure we're blaming people, because you've literally just blamed 2 key Republicans for the Democratic Party's position. Don't blame the Republicans for social programs. That's the Democrats' back. Nobody even remembers Generation X actually exists, let alone how they were raised. Right. I'll have to fact check myself. I know Musk keeps whining. Musk is whining about low birth rates. But that's because Elon Musk is not a political scientist, nor a sociologist, nor a psychologist, nor a social scientist. He doesn't understand that when you have 7% unemployment, when you have 7 million working age capable males, we don't need to have more birth rate. When we have 7% unemployment, we don't need more birth rate. We don't have enough jobs. When you have unemployment, you can afford to lose population. Poor and stupid are easier to manipulate. Yeah. Poor and stupid are easy to manipulate. Did I see Jim Jordan tell Americans that's life for those struggling with rising prices? Well, yeah, because the big problem is the average person wants to argue with me. Like, I'm not trying to sound like a dickhead here, but I do not want to argue with somebody who's never taken a single class on economics, who's never owned a business, who's never been a manager, who's never been a supervisor. I don't want to who's never owned a home, who's never filled out anything other than a 1040 tax form, who doesn't have any investments. I don't want to listen to that person try to lecture to me a single fuckhole thing about economics. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be an elite, aloof, academic effete looking down on you and saying, shut your fucking pie hole and put a dick in your dick sucker. But you don't have the background to tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You want higher wages. Higher wages instantly raise prices because the cost of labor is factored in to every single price of every single product. Why are prices suddenly going up on groceries right now, today? Because the cost of diesel doubled in the last 60 days. Well, what does the cost of diesel have to do with the cost of groceries? Because they don't grow that shit out back behind the grocery store. When we have to transport groceries via truck and we double the price of diesel, it almost doubles the transportation cost. Because the fuel is the biggest part of the transportation cost. Now, I know some people are going to say that's not true. It's the cost of the truck. It's the cost of the trailer. It's the cost of the driver. It's the cost of the license, cost of the insurance, cost of the maintenance. I say, yeah, I was a vehicle fleet manager. So I managed like 4,000 vehicles for the Air Force. I know what happens. A tractor trailer costs $100,000. I promise you, you will put more than $1 million worth of fuel through a $100,000 tractor trailer. Without even blinking, you will put more than $1 million in fuel through that machine. I just filled up my 10-year-old Dodge Journey, and holy fuck, holy shit, did the fucking fill up bite the wallet. I spent nearly $80 filling up my crossover. Holy shit. They cut funding and make work requirements for people who are able-bodied. How is that handing out more money? Yeah. What we have is we have people who don't understand. We need to stop saying raising minimum wage will fix the problem. Raising minimum wage fixes the problem. California has raised the minimum wage. Their economy is booming. But what's happening? Trump wants to give more tax credits. Because tax credits don't hurt us as much as handouts. It's kind of like this. Donald Trump wants the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year. Does that hurt the credit card companies? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Does that help the consumers? A whole lot. A whole lot. It's not like a rebate, because most of the people who get tax credits are the people that remember, you can't get a tax credit. Doesn't give you money back out of the government. If I have $4,000 in tax credits and I only paid in $2,200 in taxes, I can only get $2,200 out. I can't get $4,000 out. Tax credits just mean we raise less tax revenue. It doesn't mean we take money out of the tax pile and give it to you. More poor people would take the standard deduction. Most poor people take the standard deduction, but child tax credits aren't on the itemized deduction. Child tax credits are a separate line item on the 1040. So you can also up the amount, like I've said once, they give you this much if you're single, this much if you're married, and then each kid is worth this. But it takes $15,000 to run your household for you, but 2 people don't get double the single. It's like the people that write the tax code don't know what they're talking about. Most everything people take the standard deduction. It takes an exceptional circumstance to necessitate itemization. I've itemized, I think I said twice in my whole life. 2 times in my whole life have I itemized. It's just not worth it. One was during the Obama era, where the auto environmental credit fell off. Oh, is it exactly 2 times the one person now? I don't have a federal tax liability because my pension is tax free, so I don't, it doesn't matter to me. You also have to look at the social and cultural angle of why the birth rates are low. Well, yeah, I mean, one of the big things, and I try to tell people this, Catholics weren't allowed to use birth control. Catholics are still technically not supposed to use birth control. 60 million Catholics in America. Why are there so many quarantines going to pop up in a couple of years? Because what did people do when they were quarantined at home? They fucked a lot. What did Roman Catholics do a lot of? They fucked a whole lot. Unless you have large medical bills or huge mortgage interest deductions, it hardly pays off for the middle class on down. Yeah, right. If the tax codes disincentivize marriage, especially if both people are making similar incomes, they used to, but according to Phelan, it's now fixed. Your nieces are quarantine babies, both born during it. Yeah. We've simply got to we've simply got to think about the future. Unfortunately, you can't have a society of people thinking about the future when you've got a president like Donald Trump. We should not be importing millions of college students. If the universities are saying we need more student visas because we don't have enough qualified students coming to our universities, then that should let the Department of Education know we have a problem with high school education. The video from Wednesday, that kid walking around with that note card and the kids can't read the word silhouette, extraordinary, and gauche. Now, gauche is a SAT trick word, but you don't know the word silhouette and extraordinary as a high school senior? Those are 6th grade words. You're 6th grade, you are 6th grade levels above the word, and you don't know it. Like, I learned this from my uncle. My uncle, I don't have a small one with me. They're somewhere around. I'm never out of the house anymore. I used to have a little notebook, a little spiral notebook with me, and I would write down words if I didn't know what they were. I would put a little sticky in a book if I didn't know what the word is. Robert Jordan is fucking amazing for this. You want to increase your vocabulary? Read the fucking Wheel of Time. And I'm not joking. Read the Wheel of Time, but go to the fucking library and ask them if they have any thesauruses for sale. Robert Jordan uses amazing words. So does Faye, who writes the Belgariad. I can't think of his name right now. It's in the other room. Is that... Oh, what the... It's not David Goggins. That's the world's toughest man. Who the fuck writes... Eddings. He's another one. If you read the Belgariad, keep a little notebook next to you and write down the words. He uses... David Eddings. David Goggins is what popped in my head. He uses amazing words that'll help increase your vocabulary. I know a lot of people that'll be reading something. When I was in high school, I had a friend, his name was Ian. He was Mr. fucking Thesaurus. That, people used to make fun of him. In the morning, he would, I have not. In the morning, my buddy Ian would be reading like It. And then by the afternoon, he'd be reading Misery. And people would be like, what, you gave up on It already? Is it too hard for you? And he'd be like, no, I finished it by 4th hour. This kid didn't give a shit about school because he knew he was going to go, he knew he wanted to be a writer. He would sit in the back of all his classes and just read. Read all day. He got B's and C's in school. But he was Mr. fucking Thesaurus. People don't read now. But we want to talk about Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that, Elon Musk this, Bezos is bad, Zuckerberg is bad, Bill Gates is bad. We should redistribute all the wealth. Here's the bad part of redistributing all the wealth. Multiple economic models have proven this. If you take all the super rich and all the middle class and all the super poor and you mainline all of them to the same middle class standard, within 3 generations, you won't be a straight line anymore. Because after 1.5 generations, you're going to start seeing these two divergent tracks. So by the end of the 3rd generation, you're going to be right back to having the super rich and the super poor. Now, do I think that the super rich have an obligation to release some of the money so that it flows down to the super poor, and like a good tide, we lift them up a little bit? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But people that are expecting everything to be handed to them, well, why? Hello there. It's like I tell you, I share a couple of stories about some families. That woman whose husband sexually assaults her almost every night, he quit his job. He quit his job. He said he got fired. So they're gonna get evicted. I can't help them. I can't help her because she's not willing to kick his ass to the curb. I'm like, I cannot help you. I cannot help you. You've got to get rid of 180 pounds of dead weight. If you're not willing to kick his ass to the curb, I can no longer help you. He quit his job. He was up till 3 a.m. playing PlayStation. They can't even make the rent. She yelled at him this morning when he got up. He's like, she's like, you need to get a job. He's like, I just woke up. She's like, it doesn't change the fact you need to get a job. He was like, I was up till 3 a.m. She was like, yeah, on your PlayStation. Why the fuck does your family own a PlayStation if you can't make the rent? That's the first fucking thing that needs to go to the pawn shop. And I'm sorry, I know some people get mad at me when I say shit like this. If you don't have the money to pay your rent, you don't need a PlayStation. Well, I need entertainment in my life. I don't know why you're speaking in a foreign language in a channel that is clearly marked English. It's fairly rude. So let's not do that. And let's absolutely not put that I'm your stepbrother. Let's. I don't have. Well, I technically have stepbrothers, and they wouldn't be writing to me in Russian. If they were going to write to me in a foreign language, they'd be writing to me in Gaelic. So let's not do that. Let's not behave that way on my show. Give me societal collapse or give me death. You know, I saw one day 7% of American males think they can fight a grizzly bear. 7% of American males believe they can fight a grizzly. Ladies and gentlemen, just so we can put some... I will run my bitch ass away from a grizzly bear. 100 out of 100 times. If you're running away from a grizzly bear, start pulling off clothing. Because grizzly bears and polar bears... No, not with a gun. 7% of American males think that they can fisticuffs a fucking grizzly bear. You start taking off your clothes and throwing them on the ground because polar bears and grizzly bears are kind of ADHD. They will stop and smell everything as they go. Yeah, they can fight it, but surviving it is another matter. I saw this and I was like, Yeah, people who used to fight bears, they fought defanged and declawed bears. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? Everyone who wants societal collapse thinks they will be the 30-ish% who think they will actually survive. Yeah, and look, if you don't know basic first aid, let me stop some people. Do you know basic first aid? No, you'll die if society collapses. Do you know how to purify water? No, you're dead if society collapses. You're dead in 30 days if society collapses. If you don't know how to purify water, you're dead. Do you know how to can food? Because if you don't know how to can food and preserve food, yeah, do you know how to purify water? Which method? Right, exactly. When I went to not SEER school, but ECAC, Evasion and Conduct After Capture, the instructor said, who here can purify water? And I raised my hand. He says, how do you do it? And that's what I said. I said, which method? He kind of looked at me and said, whichever method, smartass. It's like, I asked a student once, how do you boil, how do you drink seawater without dying? And they said, you boil it. And I said, and then what do you do? They said, you drink it. I said, you're going to need to give me some more words. They said, you just boil it and then you drink it after you've boiled it. You've just increased the sodium content of that water because you've reduced the liquid volume, thus increasing the salt content. Yeah, you've just drank your weight in salt. You need to, you have to condensate the steam. You have to, and then the kid said to me, he's like, but that's not what you do. That's not what you do when you get a boil order in town. Your boil order in town is because something has contaminated the drinking water and you're just heating the water up to a boil for 3 minutes so it kills what's ever in the fucking water. Darwin, here's your sign. It's kind of like this. We had a big warning of a big tornado out in Kansas. And it was a warning that we were going to get fucked up. And so I always used to keep 2 or 3 cases of water in the house. And my kids were kind of freaking out because we were told it's a big fucking tornado going to hit. I filled up the bathtub with water. And my daughter's like, why are you filling up the I cleaned the bathtub really well. And I filled the bathtub up with water. So why are you filling up the bathtub with water? Said, because of the fucking tornado takes out the water processing station, we're going to need water for a couple of days. This is what my daughter said. And she's a child. She said, you were going to drink bath water? It's why I cleaned the fucking tub first. It's why I cleaned the tub. You can find stream water. You can find stream water if you know how to purify it. Yeah, our bathtub is now our cistern. Yeah, we're not going to bathe in it. Yeah, don't bathe in it. No shit. Sell the tub water. That's the only time you should ever be selling tub water. That's right. But it's like, we're cooked as a society. We're literally cooked. I know that some of these are kind of like a joke, but have you seen like the TikToks of like the woman taking the tire off of her Jeep because she can't close the glass? I'll boil fresh toilet water. Yeah, whatever. Like, the people, remember, some of you will remember when I came along, I came back out of waiting to get my company set up for COVID. And I told people, I said, hey, go stock up on dry goods. And people are like, why am I stocking up on dry goods? you're stocking up on dry goods because you don't want to go out in public. Every time you go out into public, you're just risking exposing yourself to all the fucking dirty, nasty people that aren't wearing masks. So go stock up on a bunch of dry goods. Then we had the people in America that went and bought $75 worth of dry goods and $300 worth of toilet paper. And I just could not comprehend people. Like, I told you, I was in Walmart with a guy, next to a guy, and I had my whole cart full of stuff, and I had 2 big containers of hand soap and 1 big container of hand sanitizer. And the guy, and I'm looking next to the guy next to me, and he's like, I think you're gonna need more soap than that. And he's got like 50 bottles of soap. And I have the 2 big giant refills. And I looked at him, I said, can I ask you a question? He's like, yeah. I said, how often do you wash your hands? He's like, every time I use the bathroom. Okay, and you think you need that much soap? How much soap are you buying? He's like, I don't know, about like 50 bottles. How many people are in your house? 2. Why are you buying a fucking decade's worth of fucking soap? And he's kind of like looking at me. I was like, this is right here. These 2 bottles. This is a year's worth of soap. I'm just buying 2 big bottles now because they're here and available. He's like, what my wife said. And I'm like, got it. Yeah, do you know you're not supposed to piss directly on your hands? But you could tell, like, you all knew those people in the Walmart. You all knew the dirty motherfuckers that didn't ever wash their hands because they had no fucking concept of how much soap they should be going through. Because they had 8 or 10 bottles of soap. It's like, if you were legitimately washing your hands every time you use the bathroom, you would know how much soap. It's like the one guy said he had like 20 packs of toilet paper. And I was like, are you worried about something? He's like, I don't want to run out of toilet paper. That's a lot of fucking toilet paper, man. He's like, well, they're saying we're going to run out. Yeah, because the asshole's just like you. I picked up 2 extra 48 packs. Because I knew people in the neighborhood with a lot of kids would run out while we were under quarantine. I was being a good neighbor. I picked up a little extra. People were like, can somebody please buy toilet paper from me? Because I have no money for groceries. You bought a giant soap bottle, moved into an apartment, still had it when I moved into my next one a little over a year later. Yeah. But see, that's how you know these people are dirty motherfuckers. There's a woman in my neighborhood who literally cannot sell her house because she couldn't afford the store all of her ordered toilet paper for the time it would take to close the deal. Nice. That was like that guy who got caught with like the 8,000 bottles of hand sanitizer. He was price gouging, and then all of a sudden the state ordered him to sell it at cost. Yeah, flushable wet wipes aren't flushable. Everybody's having a shitty day today. I'm the only person not having a shitty day. But yeah, wet wipes aren't flushable, by the way, just so you know. Even the fucking ones that says they're flushable, just don't. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, technically everything is flushable. It's just not really good for your system. Just like you don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You only need a parachute to go skydiving twice. But, you know, we're just in a world of shit. We're just in an absolute world of shit. And the worst part is, it's not going to really get any better. I didn't look at my What the fuck is going on? There are 41 people are being monitored for hantavirus exposure. No Americans have hantavirus from the cruise ship. 41 people are being monitored. Did I see my EPA revoked mercury and heavy metal pollution so y'all can ramp up coal plants to provide electricity to more AI centers? Yeah, I did see that. You sent me a Washington Post article, which I don't have a subscription to the Washington Post. And when I'm streaming, I can't bypass. Streamers are required to adhere to copyright, so I can't bypass using the Java trick when I'm live. It'll get me in trouble. But yeah, we're okay. I think AI is great. I think AI is amazing. However, for what AI is predominantly being used for, we don't need AI. People are using AI language learning models. You can just Google the title and find some website that rewrote the original story. Yeah, I could. I usually do that when I'm prepping, when I'm doing show prep. What we have right now is we have people that are pushing the AI agenda because they believe that language learning models are AI. I think AI is fake. Our population doesn't have natural intelligence. How the fuck are we going to create artificial? Right. It's not really intelligence. It's just like, let me do a quick check and see if they've plugged this one. Let's see if I want to see if this prompt still throws the same error. But so they did fix it. But so what somebody did is they must, or either they fixed it or somebody posted just the front part. I have a car appointment to fix my brakes and the shop is 100 meters away. Would it be better to walk or drive to the appointment? Walk. If the shop is only 100 meters away, there's no good reason to risk driving with bad brakes. The only reason to drive would be if the car needs to physically be at the shop for the brake work, which it almost certainly does. Walk. Need a law that all AI prompts must be spelled correctly with proper punctuation. Oh yeah, the car wash. That's what it was. It was the car wash. They got me. Maybe. I don't know. I think my show might have to be done. I'm gonna wait to see. It's about that time of the it's about that time where if they're doing network work that it always happens right around this time. But language learning models are great, but people are using it for bullshit reasons. So there was I don't know what the total story behind this deal was, but there was a girl on the Wednesday Addams show on Netflix. And this is the girl in question. And Jenna Ortega and the other actress are both over the age of 18. And this girl is not over the age of 18. And people were using AI to have her, the blonde girl, and Jenna Ortega in very scandalous scenes. And what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're using, she was 16 or 17 during the filming. What we have is we have a society that is depraved. Everything gets turned into porn. Right. Everything gets turned into porn. What one of you knows the rule number? Is it rule 34? I don't know. You fucking sickos. Everything gets turned into porn. There you go. They're right there. You see? Rule 34. The internet is for porn. We've got to stop with the idea that the internet is for porn. I have no problem with people enjoying whatever they want to enjoy. I think a really important rule of adulthood is we listen and we don't judge. We listen and we don't shame. Unless shaming is your king. And then shame away. But when people are not of the age of consent, leave them the fuck out of it. If it exists, there is porn of it. Pretty sure that's the rule. Okay. That's why I'm against building these giant AI data centers. Because we don't need it. It does. All these AI centers don't need to be commonly available to the average person. College students are finding out that professors are finding out they're using AI to write their papers. There are way too many child predators out there. They're getting way too many YouTube videos of them getting arrested. You know, I think what is terrible is situations like this. Now, I'm going to put a big fucking foot stomp. I am in no way, shape, or form saying any form of child abuse is okay. However, there is a fringe section of the cases that need to be looked at. I think that there is something radically fucked up with a guy getting arrested because he goes to meet a girl who he has every reason to believe is an adult. And a lot of these sting operations have been overturned because the officers weren't exactly clear on their idea that what they were trying to do was portray a minor. Like, look, if you think you're going to meet a minor, take you out back, get your castration. That's not the cases we're talking about. We're talking about the cases where the guy literally believes he's going to mean, yeah, sting operation, which is entrapment. Now, I'm a big fan of half your age plus 7. Yeah, there used to be a bigger buffer zone, but we have anime art that portrays children hypersexually, and it's perfectly acceptable. I tried to pull down the video, but the lady didn't have her video. The lady didn't have her video as downloadable. Lady did a TikTok with her daughter in Target, which I thought was a really good TikTok. The daughter holds up. The daughter's got to be about north of 9, south of 14, because I'm not good at guessing kids' ages. So the daughter's north of 9, south of 14. Daughter holds up a 2-piece bathing suit. Can I get this? Mom says no. Daughter picks up another 2-piece bathing suit. Can I get this? The mom's like, No. So the daughter picks up another two-piece bathing suit. Can I get this? No. Then the mom holds up a one-piece bathing suit and says, you can get this. Or this. Or this. And they're all one-piece bathing suits. I know that argument. I know that argument very, very well. I know that argument very, very well because I have had that argument with both of my children. Now, my children are told, don't even bother approaching me to wear a two-piece bathing suit until you're 14. I don't give a shit. And I told one of my daughters, birthday's in April. My other daughter, her birthday's in November. So one of my younger daughter's argument was, well, my older sister got to start wearing her two-piece at the beginning of a season, and I won't get to wear mine until the next season. And I said, you know what? Tough shit. Because you're not 14. Well, my older child came to me and said she was 13 and the rule had always been 14. She came to me and she's like, she came with her mom, but she came to me and she said, I have a problem. I said, what is the problem? She said, Mom has taken me to like 15 stores. For what? A bathing suit. Okay, what's the problem? Dad, I'm 5 foot. My figure does not fit into a one-piece bathing suit. I looked at my wife. I said, is this true? My wife's like, she has tried on like 15, 16 different bathing suits. They don't fit. Because my daughter was busty on top and then nothing, like, I could probably have wrapped my fingers around her waist. Like, I could have crunched her waist to touch my thumbs and my middle fingers. And I'm like, okay. I said, please excuse yourself. Let me talk to your mother. What my wife said to me was, Jay, we're going to have to make an exception. I said, why are we going to have to make an exception? She said, any bathing suit that fits her on top is going to be too loose in the bottom. Any bathing suit that fits her tight around the bottoms she's going to be spilling out of. I said, okay. Two-piece bathing suit is approved, but it needs to cover it needs to be the most covering of a two-piece bathing suit. So they went back out shopping because she was going with a friend to Rhode Island. And that became the deal. What Grumpy Old Man just said. See, Generation X parents unite. That was the deal. When you're in the water, you're in the water. When you're out of the water, you will put a shirt on, Hawaiian shirt, sundress, I don't give a shit. You're not sitting around in a bikini because you're 13 goddamn years old. Hawaiian shirt, one button in the middle done, that's fine. I have a bunch of Hawaiian shirts. They cover your ass. Good to go. If you don't want to do that, then a tank top and pool shorts. And that was fine. That was no problem. But the rule was still 14. So when the other daughter came along, she was like, well, that's not fair. It is fair. Why? Because literally, she didn't fit into any other bathing suits. You do. She got mad at me. I handed her a phone book. Said, file a complaint with your local congressman. Sometimes being a parent is about just having to deal with shit that, you know, you don't have to deal with. I can't help the fact that my 13-year-old looked 19. 6 foot should have given her a shirt with a face on it saying, this is my dad, I'm 13. Yeah, I mean, that was part of the problem. My 13-year-old looked 19. My 20-year-old looks 12. Because my 20-year-old looks 12, people think my 13-year-old is my 20-year-old. because my 13-year-old looks 17 or 18. So when they see a picture of my two girls together, they peg, because my 13-year-old is 5'9". My 20-year-old is 5'1" and change. I know height doesn't matter, but when you've got two siblings next to each other, one has a munchkin baby face. I sometimes wonder about her boyfriend. Whatever. But that's called being a good parent. Height doesn't matter, but it's 30% of the equation. Right, exactly. It throws in some variables. But that's the problem with our society. Also, it doesn't help the fact that we've got Jared, the Subway guy, in jail for child porn. Looking back on things now, I'm 42. When I was 16, I got stopped by police for matching the description of a 40-year-old. I never had that problem because I have always looked young. It's all just more widely accepted nowadays. Let me say this on the widely accepted part, and this is what let me say this. When I was at Disney last July, I was literally appalled. I was absolutely appalled at what the moms were letting their daughters wear. I'm talking to my wife. I'm like, my wife tends to be like, she doesn't stand next to me. She stands like just a little bit behind me so that she has like, if she's next to me, people run her over. So she's like a little bit behind my shoulder. So I turn to talk to her. Out of nowhere, we're at Epcot and my wife puts her hand up like that. And I've been married for 18 years, so if my wife puts my hand up, it's usually something that's going to trigger my PTSD. It's like usually like a wounded kid, like a bleeding kid, or a wounded animal or something that she knows I can't handle. And so she puts her hand up, so I just stop talking and I walk straight. She puts her hand down, then she gets next to me. I was, what the hell was that about? She was like, there was a girl bending over. And I was like, okay. She's like, she was probably a preteen. I'm like, okay. And she's like, and she's wearing a skirt. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty bad. Then my wife's like, and she wasn't wearing any underwear. What the fuck is wrong with parents? What the fuck is wrong with parents? You're at Epcot. Your daughter's in a skirt. Now, your daughter wants to wear shorts and no fucking underwear. That's one thing. But you're in a fucking skirt and you're bent over at the waist tying your shoe and your ass and everything else is just exposed to the world, which I would have thought was really bad, except I saw that same shit when I was a security guard 20 years prior. Yeah, she was doing that shit on purpose to get attention, but it turns into jail time. Right. I told the story when I was a security guard. It was a random fucking Tuesday. I'm walking through the mall. There's about 2 stores ahead of me. I'm just walking that direction. There's a girl does the same thing, bends straight over, ass in the air. She's probably 14 or 15. And she bends over, ass in the air. The mom notices, looks back, grabs the girl kind of by the ponytail and pulls her up and says, you don't have any panties on. As I walk past the family, the girl says to the mom, she says, Mom, I haven't worn panties since I was 12. Holy shit, these two start yelling at each other, and I turn around and said, you're gonna need to take your family therapy session out to the parking lot if you'd be so kind. Like, what the fuck? No, it wasn't a very long skirt, not at all. So my daughter, who's 20, she's 20, right? She's like, what are my rules for my clothes? And I saw a TikTok video that I thought I kept, or I might have shown on the show. And there's a girl, she's out on her deck. before she goes to school. And she says, the mom's recording it. And she says, what is it your dad always says? She says, you put your hands in the air and then touch your toes. If anything shows, go change your clothes. That's fucking amazing advice. That's awesome. But I'm going to say this. For the gentleman, if I see a millimeter of fucking boxer band, get a fucking belt. Get a fucking belt. I don't want to just harp on the young ladies in our society. I want to harp on the young gentlemen too. Tuck a fucking shirt in. Have a belt. Look nice. Anyway, I got to get out of here. I will be here tomorrow for some video games, and then Monday, and then I'm on vacation for like 2 weeks. Please keep in mind, the running gag for about the last year and a half is that when I'm at Disney World, the world goes to shit. I'm going to be down there for a good 10 days. Canned food, dry goods, and shotguns. Stock up. I'll be back tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be